Usual stream of Dark Souls, our second here on the channel. Last time I dove back into this series for the first time in a very, very long time, with this being my first hands-on experience with the original Dark Souls in years and years. We took down two bosses. One of them was the tutorial boss, nice and easy. The other, well, we had a perfect strategy for, so wasn't too bad. We died many times as I struggled to reacquaint myself with the peculiarities of this game in particular. It's a little bit more stiff and kind of unresponsive than Dark Souls 2, and considerably more so than Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3. That's... oh, hello. Oh yeah, and we also came to the conclusion that just about every major enemy we have to deal with, like these poor guys, from the way they move, handle themselves, and sound... maybe they're not undead, they're just very drunk. We concluded the stream by getting our hands on this excellent little rapier right here. And I think... hello. We're going to be able to do some pretty solid things with it. If we head back to Firelink Shrine and through there to the church... ah, got the hollow helm. That's a pretty good headpiece compared to our hood, actually. And, talk to our buddy Andre the Blacksmith to upgrade it. And keep in mind we want to be saving up souls to get a smith box so we can upgrade our own equipment to a decent extent. Well, maybe. Maybe, I'm trying to think. See, there's 4 blacksmiths in the game, and each of them can do kind of unique things with your weapons beyond a certain point. If you purchase the smith box, you can improve anything a couple of times, but not really get it up to late game, like, maximized status. Ooh, hello. Something else I'm thinking about doing, despite the fact that I wanted to play this as a dex-based character, and I think I still shall. I do want to get some levels in strength, because not every weapon in the game is, like, purely a dexterity or strength weapon. There's plenty of weapons that are kind of more or less even, think like your standard swords and like smaller clubs and things like that. Have like a slight tendency towards one stat or the other, but did we ever go in there? I cannot remember. We'll try, at any rate. Got nothing to lose, right? And I kind of would like to be able to handle some of those weapons, because this game in particular doesn't have like an abundance of easily accessible, high-quality dex weapons. Emphasis on easily accessible. Right, so how do we get over there again? Is it from here? Did this just last night and already I've forgotten. Oh wait, now that we have a rapier though, can we kick enemies' guard? No, we do that instead, like kind of slashing at their ankles. Well, okay. Real quick. Let's see what we can do. Hey, MC, how's it going, man? Having a good evening and, or, well, very early morning, I would think. Yeah, this is slightly better. Helm worn by hollow soldiers may be old and battered, but its iron construction makes it quite sturdy. Just now midnight, okay. That's what I thought, somewhere around there. Good, glad to hear it, man. The rapier has better distance and is also, I think, a good bit faster than our, scimitar. Well, about the same, really. We just got the hollow warrior armor, which is not great, as you'd expect. But, again, gives us some nice lore, and a component of an enemy cosplay, if we're so inclined. Somehow, two-handing the rapier actually makes it considerably more damaging. MC says had been doing some prep work for a Hand of Fate 2 achievement. Ooh, which one? What are the requirements? We were actually able to get a fair few of them during our runs. But that game's low. The Lord of Sorrow, accept 25 curses from the Keeper of Sorrows in a single challenge attempt. Jesus. Is the Keeper of Sorrows, I forget... Oh, we have not been over here. Throwing knives. tied to any particular encounter, or is that like an endless adventure thing? Huh. Yeah! Now let's see what's up here, because I genuinely forget. MC says Keeper of Sorrows and Endless, so I take it they give you curses in exchange for some kind of treasure or supplies or something like that. Hey, there we go, a crossbow. Now, we're not going to be a ranged-focused character, but that crossbow can come in handy. For MC says curses for endless points. Right. Just get that score up. I gotcha. The crossbow's going to come in extra handy in case we hit a wall and or when I decide I want to show you a cool weapon. Remember, I told you we can sever that drake, not a dragon, a drake's tail. Very important. The dragons are all extinct in canon. Sever its tail? Well, we can do that from complete and total safety. And by so doing, earn ourselves, as I said, a pretty special, very powerful, and easy-to-wield weapon. Come on. Come on. There you go. MC says, but the curses are also among the bad ones. Right, so they don't give you... Or they have just as good a chance of giving you something absolutely crippling as giving you something... Well, like the ones we were largely fortunate to get during some of those curse-heavy runs that are effectively harmless. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, I like the rapier. What do we think? Rapier working a little bit better for us than the scimitar so far? The problem with the scimitar isn't its moveset or anything like that. I quite like it. It's just that it doesn't deal quite enough damage quite fast enough. MC says, Keeper of Sorrows tends to force a game change. I'd imagine. Oh, here we go. Oh, let's see if we can't... Oh, I was trying for one of those parries, and, no dice. Come on. Come on. Hey, we actually pulled it off. I wasn't expecting to do that. And yet I did it anyway. MC says, like demon hearts making every enemy faster. Ooh, yikes. Speaking of yikes, let's see if old Brady can't do this. Hey, and we can, what do you know? And we could just creep our way around here. Or the gremlin taking a piece of equipment for each curse. Oh, that's the worst. I think I remember that when we got it at one point, I believe. Oh, now check this out. Our first ring, I believe. The Ring of Sacrifice. This mystical ring was created in a sacrificial rite of Velka, the goddess of sin. Its wearer will lose nothing, i.e. souls, upon death, but the ring itself breaks. I don't tend to use Rings of Sacrifice that much, if at all, but if we're about to take on a really chancy boss that was just hell to get to, might be worth popping one on. And yes, I said one, there are several. MC says the prep I did was to map which quest gives Keeper of Sorrows. I assumed it was random, but was wrong. Oh, so what encounter is it then? Or is it like several encounters that all have a chance of triggering the Keeper of Sorrows? Now with this, Oh, you have to play Endless to really get it. I gotcha. We might do just that at some point. Let's see, might want to drop... We want to get Vitality up to at least 20 at some point, I would say. Just maybe not yet. Oh, you basically pick an adventure with a boss at the end, rinse and repeat. Okay. So you get to pick, like, your next opponent. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. Do we start building strength now? I would actually say... Yes, actually. We want to get strength up just a couple more points so we can wield some, like, middling weapons. Those that aren't super light. Like, see, the battle axe needs 12 and it's not a huge weapon. The Morning Star needs... Well, we can now wield the Morning Star normally. Problem is, I think it wasn't until Dark Souls 2 that they introduced, like, a more complex moveset for, like, hammers and axes. So this is all you're looking at for your light attacks. So, like, if you've got a battle axe out, there's no left-right swings, no elaborate moves, you're just chopping up some ass like you're chopping down a tree, and it looks quite silly. Deals a ton of damage, though. MC says, so just 5 adventures to get the achievements, right? 1 adventure among 2, and some have Keeper of Sorrows in them. Oh, hold on. Are we rolling more slowly now? That's not good. Oh, the thing I was going to show you real quick is it's still going to be hard as hell, but we might be able to take out enough skeletons with this Morning Star to get our hands on that treasure. Observe. Or not. They still take no damage. This is... Yikes. I thought they took way more damage. Oh, I could be thinking of Demon Souls, where the difference in damage type is really pronounced. And in fact, yes, I am. In that game, hitting, like skeletons in particular, with a blunt instrument deals about 3 times as much damage as it would with anything else, or feels like it. Anything else for us? Nope. Okay.
Be effective.
Well, let's hoof it on over to Andre and see if we can't get ourselves a slightly better rapier. While we're at it, I'm curious. So if we decrease our equip load substantially, we still don't get... Do we get the fast roll? Oh no, you've got to be wearing next to nothing to get, like, the fast roll. MC says, watching this game makes me want to finally get into it. I'll survive watching the streams for now. That's great, man. I'm glad to hear it. It's a great series and has plenty of room for, like, optimization and, like, really, really intricate character building and strategizing, so it would be right up your alley, I would think. Oh, love those iframes. What you got for us? Oh, Titanite, perfect. We're going to need that in just a moment. Oh, and hey, now that we have a piercing weapon, we're going to be able to deal quite a bit more damage to those Balder Knights in their, well, slightly more robust plate armor. Ooh, somebody took down the cathedral boss. Good for them. As we're about to do before too long. I don't think I've ever attempted it with this little health, but we'll be fine. Worst case scenario, I believe we can summon in our good buddy Solaire for that fight. Alright, we're going to ask him to reinforce this rapier. Cost a few souls and some Titanite. Now, in this game, I think weapons can be reinforced, regular weapons anyway, up to, well, something like 15 different times. In subsequent games, it's like 10 for most weapons and 5 for special weapons. That restriction on the number of times special weapons can be upgraded may also hold true here. Like, an example of a special weapon would be the weapon we get from the Drake's Tail, or the Demon's Great Axe. Now let's try out this new and improved rapier. It is a rapier plus 3 or 4? Plus 4, yeah. And it now has Oh, no, that's not what we want to do. It's gone from, I think, 70 some odd to 102 damage per thrust. That's what I'm talking about. Dark Souls 1 also requires you, like, upgrade arms and armor. I think in some games, later games, you can't improve armor at all, which I actually prefer. But requires you upgrade your equipment way more fastidiously. Yeah, see, now they go down in 2 stabs. There we go. MC says, reminds me of good old Darkstone. I've been replaying some of it. I could just be drawing a complete and total blank here, but I don't know that I'm familiar with that. Check that out. Killed him in 1 backstab. That's the power of weapon upgrading in Dark Souls. Darkstone is kind of a Diablo clone. Alright, is it from roughly the same area, like, or era, like late 90s-ish? Oh, with weapon and armor upgrading. I gotcha. I forget if you can upgrade armor in Dark Souls 2. I think they might have dropped that in favor of a more intricate, well-balanced, and meaningful weapon upgrade system. Same area, made by Delphine Software. I'm sure I know that name from somewhere. Oh, and it's worth noting, this game has really cool, intricate systems. The likelihood of enemies detecting you, like, if they are unaware of your presence, is directly correlated not only to how quickly you're moving, or how, hold on, sorry. Not only how quickly you're moving, but also what armor you're wearing, overall, but especially on your feet. So these chain little, like, baby chain boots aren't exactly the loudest thing in the world, but far from the quietest. MC says they made a bunch of adventure games, like Future Wars or Operation Stealth. They made Another World. I'm pretty sure I've heard of Future Wars. I think that might be it. Gotta love those plunging attacks, hey? Oh, and we scooped up a humanity from somewhere. Well, if they're going to insist on crowding around, we can take care of that. And we take reduced fall damage if we manage to land a plunge attack, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, see, already we've got a much better sword. Now, bad news. The Cathedral boss is not terribly weak to piercing damage. Unfortunately, they're incredibly resistant to slashing damage as well. Really, the only thing that would do a solid job unassisted by some kind of buff or another is a bludgeoning weapon, like our Morningstar or Axe. Now, this rapier's been upgraded enough that it should be able to get the job done, provided the boss doesn't just lay me out flat, and considering how long it's been since I've fought said creature, it could be a little while. MC says, too bad you can't punch them. Oh, not yet. But in this game, and especially the sequels, there are limited but potent options for creating unarmed builds, or builds that use things like Kestises and rather exotic fist-mounted weapons, claws, things like that. Oh right, here's a little shortcut we can open. Oh, got a halberd. Oh, got a Balder Knight. If we recall, I think there's 2 more in there, underneath the Channeler's overlook. Oh, we got the basement key. What does this do again? Oh, opens the narrow passage leading below the far face of the Great Bridge in Undead Burg. The lower Undead Burg is a treacherous place. Do not turn your back on the wily thieves, or the wild dogs who serve the Capra Demon. Yeah, so this is going to open up the locked tower near, the balcony where we met Solaire. Come on. Come on, buddy. You know you guys want to just dive all over this. There you go. Gotta play it cool. These are the trickier ones. Ooh. They can catch us with that shield even if they're in the middle of an attack. That's... Oh, right, because much like us, they can technically attack with a rapier while their shield's up. Don't think I ever noticed that, or if I did, it's been so long, it's like brand new to me. Nice. These guys, nowhere near as dangerous, and I don't think they have as much health either. Got awesome-looking shields, though. That, of course, we can get, just we aren't terribly likely to get. Now, the big problem up top is that guy, the Channeler. He's our first real, like, magic user enemy, and he's attacking us with the most basic sorcery in the game, the Soul Arrow. Sorceries comprise the largest school of magic in the series. They're fairly versatile, are usable or correlated to one's intelligence stat, and span everything from attack spells like the Soul Arrow, to weapon and armor buffs, to utility-based spells that do things like greatly reduce fall damage or the noise one makes as they walk about, to even transforming one in order to avoid enemies or other players. Sorceries are really cool, really versatile, and as we go through the game, I'm gonna try to bulk that brain up just enough to allow us to use some rudimentary combat spells. This is about the worst place you could be to fight one of these guys if you hate parrying like me. Come on. Ooh, good job you. How about you? Oh no, you don't. You never heal while the enemy is staring you down and a few feet away from you. Now, it's time to square off with the Channeler, but if you notice he's well, he's getting down over there. And that's not going to have any effect on him, but rather it's going to buff the army of weakened hollows he has in that little abbey with him. See? See? Oh, jeez. Now here they come. Once we thin them out, though, he should drop no problem. He's got a lot of backup, and I mean a lot of backup. And he's now getting in on the action himself. Now, he's strong, but as you'd imagine, not exactly the world's most capable melee combatant. And without the small hollows, he's effectively boned, like it's over for him. See what I mean? That's about all he's got for us. Whoa, is he... I've never seen this before. He's running. And down he goes. Oh, he didn't drop anything. It's a shame, because he wears some of my favorite armor in the entire game. I mean, seriously, check this stuff out. It's like a... Looks almost like stylized lamellar armor, you know? And he says, "À la fin del voie, Je touche. I'm obviously not experienced with French, so I probably butchered that. I'm sorry. I'm part Cajun, but my French is terrible. Oh dear. Oh dear. Come on, just... Oh, it's Cyrano de Bergerac, I see. Now, do you recall how in last stream we found a prison cell key? We're going to get to use that today to free this lovely looking chap. This is Knight Lautrec of Karim. And, oh, it's all about hitting with a rapier. I see. I see. And he's going to be, well, I can't exactly say a friend, but a companion to us throughout the next, probably act of the game.
Could you help me?
Yeah, he's locked up, and we're actually going to let him out because he can help us in the upcoming boss fight if we need it, and by letting him out, we have access to a quest line that'll give us some really cool, unique gear.
Yes, sincerely, I am Knight Lautrec of Karim. I truly appreciate this, and I guarantee a reward. Only later. Yes, very sorry. Your reward will have to wait. I've just been freed. Allow me some time.
Now, it's worth noting, the channeler won't respawn either. His undead thralls will, but he's down for the count. Oh, check this out. There's a body stuffed in a barrel, and of course it's got some stuff on it. It's got a humanity sprite, one of which we're actually going to use once we've cleared out the entire cathedral before we tackle the boss, just so I can show you guys something. And totally not so I can chicken out at the last minute and summon in scores of NPC help. No, 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 no. Oh, what? Having some ragdoll issues there, buddy. Got a large soul of a nameless soldier. That's worth considerably more than the lost undead souls. And right up here, well, up there, I should say, is our next boss. And as I said, before fighting them, I want to do, well, a couple things, really. I could rip off one of my favorite Dark Souls series and start singing Snake Eater on the ladders, but... Well, it's not that I have too much integrity for that, I certainly don't. It's that we haven't found a ladder quite long enough yet. Going to try to upgrade this rapier just one or two more times. You know, that way we have a nice, really dependable weapon for this early game. And then we're going to burn a humanity and hopefully not get invaded by some rando online. The series I'm referencing, for the record, is, well, I think technically it's called, like, The Boss Designs of Dark Souls, by an, I believe he's an art historian, named T.B. Skyn, S-K-Y-E-N, and he uploads, like, edited, blind playthroughs of the Dark Souls games. He's done one and is nearing the end of two. Every week or other week, up to a certain boss, like whatever the next boss in sequence is, shows, like, plenty of failures, and then finally, like, this victorious attempt, and then, cuts away, like, in post, to a segment where he's applying all of his knowledge of, like the language of symbols and world art history and things like that, to decipher the meanings and significance of certain, design elements present within the game, and especially within boss characters. It's really cool. We're gonna buy a Titanite shard so we can upgrade the sucker again. There we go. Alright, in order for him to upgrade anything beyond a +5, we're going to need to find him a special ember, something he can use to stoke his fire and make it even more powerful. Well, in that case, we're gonna go ahead and pick up... How about a tiny little bit, well, one more little bit of stamina. Sure. And then we'll reverse hollowing using this humanity we picked up from somewhere. And now we're gonna pick up a few more souls, because why not? But we are more or less gonna make a beeline straight to that boss door. There we are. Get used to seeing these three a whole lot. Got him. I tend to avoid PvP whenever it's fair because I'm very, very bad at it. Oh, but there's, shall we say, asymmetrical multiplayer in every other Souls game. Not Soulsborne. I don't believe there is in Bloodborne, but fun little lower risk and lower reward ways of dealing with enemies or other players in the other games. Dark Souls 2 happens to have my favorite take on this in the form of its Rat King Covenant. Ooh! Jeez, I forgot about the distance those suckers have on their leaps. Well, alright, let's give this the old college try. We're actually going to get our pine resin ready because it's going to be useful here. See, we can call in our good buddy Solaire here. And I thought Lautrec had a summon sign somewhere around here, but no dice. Here we go. What on earth is that? That's an item that, like, somebody else has dropped. I don't recall seeing that at all. Is this new? Huh. Well, at any rate, our first bell is in there. But first, it's time to meet a very, very famous Dark Souls character, like a real series staple. Meet the fairly resilient, incredibly powerful Bell Gargoyle. Now, regardless of, like, how easy this is going to make the fight, we're going to want to aim for that tail, because we can chop it off and use it as a weapon. If we can, that is. As you could see, like, with the lightning effect on, we actually deal a fair amount of damage. Oh, sorry, did I say Bell Gargoyle? I meant Bell Gargoyles. There's two of them. Fortunately, one is going to be tackling us in melee through more or less at all times, with the other just kind of breathing fire and providing, like, ranged support. Got it. They killed me, damn. Largely because I was focusing on the tail so much, I think. But the good news is we got the axe, which is actually a really, really interesting weapon. And we almost brought down the first bell gargoyle on our first try, in my case my first try in years, so that's not too bad. See, the interesting thing about the bell gargoyles is that second one, the one that just spawns in halfway through, actually begins technically with half health, but in reality I think slightly less than that, because it's also, I believe, I could be wrong about this, but I believe a fair bit weaker than the other one. And if we would have taken that one down, then it would have been an effortless job bringing down the other. Alright, folks, if you insist. What? Oh no, you don't. No, no! Should've known. Okay, so, to explain my reasoning here, like these frequent deaths in that way, in other Souls games, and especially like the third, to do a quote-unquote boss run straight from a bonfire to like a certain checkpoint, or sorry, to from a checkpoint to a boss room, is not only pretty common, it's like fairly easy, more often than not. This game, more so than any other in the series, is designed to be taken very, very slowly. So like if this were Dark Souls 3, or even some areas in Dark Souls 2, I could run by quite a few groups of enemies and make it to the boss door no problem. Not so here. Having to learn my way back around this game, you know? Now the Bell Gargoyles are the first boss that I would say is really challenging in a significant way. They're going to be followed up, in at least the order we'll be tackling the bosses, by another fairly challenging boss that's going to ask us to think really creatively about how we use arenas and how the boss can use an arena to its advantage. And then what is considered by many to be one of the worst bosses in the game that I actually really, really like, but that is definitely one of the easiest offerings in the entire series. Whew. Broken straight sword, and another broken straight sword, and a whole lot of broken town drunks. Alright. They got any more? No? Well, alright then. That's gonna be us in due time, folks. Now let's go ahead and put our best foot forward. Oh! I was not expecting that so soon. Come on, one more. One more. Down you go. Now it's just this one. And thankfully our heater shield can, well, it can take the heat. Whew. There we go. That's a bit more like it now, kids. And don't get used to being able to block a lot of the boss's attacks with a shield. Especially in Dark Souls 1, a lot of bosses are either so big or so powerful. That's not going to be too terribly viable. Those guys weren't much bigger than us, though, so we could handle it. And we got some twin humanities. Nice. Well, that's 3 bosses down, and our reward again is a beautiful little survey of Lordran's landscape. And if you look right up there, you can see the walls of Lord Gwyn's capital, where at least a couple of the gods are still holding court. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get some special gear from the Gargoyles. They have a small chance, I believe, of dropping one of their helmets. As well as, I think, an even smaller chance of, like, dropping one of their, like, ornamental shields or, like, the halberd. Which are cool weapons, not necessarily that we could use them, but they look cool. We can see the fortress that, Andre's smithy connected to, right over there, I think. I think that's the fortress in question. Here we go, time to ring our first bell. Beautiful. We've unlocked the trophy, Ring the Bell, Undead Church. Because of course there will be more. Or there's one more, down in Blighttown. This one's big enough. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Save this friend. We've unlocked a new NPC who has a variety of services on offer, pursuant to, like, PvP in particular.
I am Oswald of Kerwin, the Park. Thou art a friend. He cometh out of conference. Evil sin,
Right, so here's how this works. Present in Dark Souls is I think it's actually a secret counter called Sin. Sin is accrued by invading and killing other players, typically in service to one of the game's 9 covenants or religions. Now, if you can accrue enough sin, you'll effectively have a bounty placed on your head and are likelier to be invaded yourself as retribution by the adherents of a different religion that will be able to access pretty more or less soon, probably in a couple days' time, which in Dark Souls 1 time is soon. Our Covenant, the Way of White, doesn't have any real cool mechanics like that. If you want to, like, deduct, or I think just eliminate wholesale that bounty, you can dump a ton of souls into Oswald right here, and he will, well, absolve you. He also offers a couple, a couple unique items, things that we could use, for instance, to raise somebody's bounty, or something that, well, in this case, cures a very nasty status effect. He offers a couple rings that adjust our elemental resistances, a special talisman. The black tuft of hair that serves as a talisman belongs to Velka, goddess of sin. It casts miracles not by drawing upon faith, but intelligence. Now that's very important, because it means that a spellcaster who happened to be intelligent enough, but also had some faith to use, like, baseline miracles, could cast far, far more potent spells than normal. And he does offer one particular miracle. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to skip through that.
I am pleased to see you be preserving. You are welcome anytime. It is only human to commit a sin.
Yeah. Again, everybody in Lordran is drunk. Right then, I'd say that was pretty damn successful, wouldn't you? Now, before we get invaded, let's hustle back on to that bonfire so that we can level up a few more times. Quite a few more. We've got over 10k souls, and that's without busting open any of those souls or soul items we have in the pack. Someday you go through the rain. Okay. We got rid of the mob, yes? Yeah, we're good. Can I, like... Jeez, looks like folks had a bad time with the Baldr Knights. Oh, anytime you see these bloodstains out and about, they indicate where another player met their death, and you can touch them, like so, to see that particular player's last moments. Oh, fighting with little armor, that is not a good idea. You probably started a deprived run, didn't you? Well, sorry, it's not a good idea if you're as bad at this game as I am. If you're really, really good at dodging and, like, figuring, like, enemy attack times, then it's a viable strategy. Not for me, though. Not for me. Alright, pretty sure we're home free. Oh, somebody got some armor, like that helmet from the DLC. Now, sorry, there's one item I want to look at real quick to make sure it still does what I believe it does, that we picked up from that altar last time, the Firekeeper Soul. Yeah, boost power the Estus Flask. Soul of a long-lost Firekeeper, like the poor woman trapped underneath Firelink Shrine. Each Firekeeper is a corporeal manifestation of her bonfire, and a draw for the humanity which is offered to her. Her soul is gnawed by infinite humanity, and can boost the power of precious Estus Flasks. It can be used to gain humanity and restore HP at the cost of losing the Firekeeper soul to reinforce the Estus Flasks, meaning, I believe, that the Estus Flasks will, restore more HP with each use, regardless of which bonfire they're sort of filled at. We can also kindle bonfires to increase the number of Estus Flasks we get from them. This costs a humanity, I believe. We're not going to kindle any bonfires just yet. What shall we do? Well... Okay, so we've got 4 levels. Pick up 2 vitality, 1 strength, 1 dexterity. How about you? Yeah, that's given us a fair bit of additional health. Covenant, can we do anything? Oh, that's right. Not familiar with that menu, whoopsie-doodle. We are now ready, I think, before we head back to Firelink Shrine to buff that Estus Flask. Maybe to try taking on the Black Knight in the tower? I mean, the worst that could happen is he kills us in 1 hit and we lose our humanity, which, oh well. And then we're going to want to head on down... Oops. To the lower Undead Burg. Use that key we got to unlock the tower near Solaire. So we can track down our next boss. Yeah, it'd be easier to go through the sanctuary at this point. It's really a beautiful little church they have here. Hello? Oh, good. Whew. If we two-hand our weapon, of course, we unleash more powerful strikes. And as opposed to the ones with the rapiers, the regular Baldur Knights tend to leave themselves open pretty frequently. Come on. We do not want to attack them when their foil is raised. No, no, bad. Oh, we got the Baldur leggings, which are... Well, we'll see once we get to Firelink if they're better than what we got. I don't know if they are. I know their armor may not look the best on, like, a human character, but it's certainly better than the Hollow Soldier kit. Might want to go around to take up the guys with the crossbows first. I'm sorry, there's like a fly or something buzzing around. It's uncommon, haven't had any of those in here in ages. It's that time of the year, you know? Hey, actually got him with a parry. Could it be I'm learning a difficult mechanic? Absolutely not, no way. One of the great things about Dark Souls, or the Soulsborne series as a whole, is this real sense of progression and development you get as a character. Like, you feel way more powerful at this stage of the game, still pretty early on, than we did just starting out. Like, remember when the Hollow Soldiers, the guys in the, like, sort of tattered, silvery-looking armor, were, oh no, actually elite enemies. Down they go. Oh, he technically fell down 2 or 3 stairs? Okay. Might as well drop them while we're at it. Keep harvesting souls. Good. Sorry, just 1 second. I'm checking to see where on earth that fly could have gotten to. Nah. Guess it buzzed off. Right. Almost to the tower now. Okay, so we may survive this, we may not. You remember how powerful the last Black Knight was? Well, this one has a Black Knight greatsword. And a much smaller arena. Fortunately, it opens with perhaps its easiest to dodge move. You'll also notice that since we have a rapier, we do deal... And it's an upgraded rapier, of course. We do deal significantly more damage. Like there, one backstab drained over half his health. Come on. Come on, big guy. He's really fond of that move, isn't he? 1, 2... Oh, and we got him. Nice. First try. We got a special Titanite chunk. Once again, well, I shouldn't say special. And oh, we didn't get his weapon that time. That's a shame. Not like we could have used it, but still. If we can just make it past that Drake, we can get to a new bonfire, open up another shortcut, and access a new covenant/religion. Right now, we can't. So best to just mosey on back to Firelink. With all the souls we need to... Oh, I thought he was still alive. Guess not, just ragdoll issues. All the souls we need to level up a couple more times. We'll head to the bottom of the Undead Burg, then we'll work our way back around to the bottom of that tower, defeat Bishop Havel, finally, now that we've got a weapon that can probably do the job, provided he doesn't smash us to pieces with that giant black club, and, can carry on from there.
Oh, hello, miracles? Very well.
Okay, so he's got nothing new to tell us.
Come again.
Though Tony Hawkwood probably does.
Why, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to make it. Oh, somebody rang the bell. Wait, was it you? You never give up, do you? I don't know how you do it. Well, don't stop now. Only one more. But it's going to be suicide.
Positive fella, isn't he? In the other games, this guy's a little bit more useful.
A scare out there. No problem. We'll both be hollow before you know it.
Yeah, just give us that Tommy Wiseau laugh, buddy. You'll see. You'll see what we're capable of. Right, so we want to level up yet again. One more little bit of health, why not? We should probably start working on that. And down here, because we have to give that soul to the Firekeeper, we can also find our buddy, Knight Lautrec, who is not very popular amongst the fandom for reasons you'll see shortly.
Hello there. I have your reward. Please, accept it.
Yeah, Sunlight Medal. This is what you get for either completing a boss battle as a summoned spirit, working for the Warriors of Sunlight, so Solaire's Covenant, or working with them, summoning them into your world and then beating a boss with them.
Not enough for you? Well, let's not be greedy now.
Not ominous in the least, right?
You again. What is it? Our futures are murky. Let's not be too friendly now.
Okay, so he's got nothing more to say to us. Let's check out that sunlight medal, though, while we can. A badge of the ultimate honor. This faintly warm medal, engraved with the symbol of the sun, is the ultimate honor, awarded to those who summon the Warrior of Sunlight and complete a goal. The symbol represents Lord Gwyn's firstborn, who lost his deific status and was expunged from the annals. But the old god of war still watches closely over his warriors. Indeed, and we can see that firsthand if we join his faith and then provide enough of those medals to his, well, what remains of his shrine. There we go, and we now have an Estus Flask +1 that heals a lot more health per usage. As I said, next we want to work our way through the Undead Burg one more time so we can unlock the lowermost reaches of the Burg. It'll be quite a bit easier, seeing as how we can now kill just about everything in a single stab. Like so. And like so. Hello? There we go. Still can't open that gate quite yet. We'll have to work our way around to the other side, which we'll be able to do very, very, very shortly. Oof, we both missed, thankfully. A firebomb, alright, I'll take it. Never know how many you'll need. Not many as we work our way through the game, but they can be useful at this stage. There we go. We'll be able to unlock a shortcut over there before too long, I believe. Good old rapier, a really solid weapon. And one that's generally kind of like underutilized, I'd say. It's been so long since I've gotten really invested in the goings-on of the Dark Souls 1 fandom that I couldn't tell you for certain. Always worth dropping enemies if you can, because they all give you that little extra bit of EXP you're definitely gonna need. I love that the rapier's strong attack is just like a springing lunge forward. Does the Black Knight respawn? No, it doesn't. I didn't think so. They show up in a couple different contexts throughout the series, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Don't worry about them, they can't really hit you, they're just there to distract you, or rather, keep you pinned down for the Taurus Demon fight. We'll get over to that Covenant eventually. Just don't want to do it while we have a humanity and a decent amount of souls rattling around. There we go. pop open that basement. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. One of the most iconic moments of, like, the, I want to say 5th console generation, easily. The ridiculous ladder sequence from Snake Eater. So welcome to the lower Undead Burg. It's in a real bad way. See, before everything went to hell, conditions weren't great around here. We did open up a nice little shortcut, though. See? Recognize where we are? Nice, yeah? But conditions have gotten a whole lot worse since the fire started to fade and the Age of Light began to wane. And clearly, despite Lord Gwyn's best efforts, things aren't getting better anytime soon. Here we meet the undead dogs. They're awful. They attack extremely frequently, hit hard, and can inflict the bleeding status ailment on us. If that status gauge ever becomes full, bleed triggers and we immediately take a huge amount of damage. Now we want to watch ourselves around here because this area was, at least, home to a thieves guild. Ouch! Damn it, as we can see, these guys have upgraded their arsenal a little bit. And yes, they do in fact now deal increased damage. The ones with the torches, at any rate. And again, we have this great little issue, ooh, twin humanities, of enemies just kind of clipping through you, or getting caught in your model. Dark. Yes, thank you. It is. Too dark. Well, there's nothing else there that I'm aware of for the moment. We'll go ahead and pop an Estus, and as you can see, we now get a full restoration from a single chug. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on a minute. My computer's not even plugged in, and I just now noticed. It'd be very bad for the computer I'm using to monitor the stream to, well, go dead halfway through the stream, now wouldn't it? There we go. Good. Good. So as I said, Thieves Guild. Watch your back, literally. As you can see, we hit something in there. And it was this delightful little undead thief. Now they can actually backstab us, I believe. And again, their attacks, or their melee attacks with the bandits' knives there, do deal bleed, or cause bleed buildup as well. But this one was guarding some kind of loot, eh? A mail breaker. It's basically the short sword equivalent to a rapier. Not quite as useful in my opinion, but I'm certain it has some benefits that I'm just unaware of. Looks cool, of course. We'll take a look at all this next time we stop by a bonfire. We're actually, believe it or not, already almost to the next boss. And this next boss, kids, is kind of notorious for its arena and, like, general fight design. Oh dear. It's the kind of battle that's certainly going to end very quickly. But whether in your favor or the boss's favor, well, that's up to you. There we go. Just, how many throwing knives do you have? There we go. A second one? Bit late there, Chief. Problem is the rapier can't really consistently hit very small enemies. that have it already on, like, at a height differential on an incline or something like that. Oh, look at you. I don't believe these guys appear anywhere else in the game, just this one little stretch here. Got some treasure here. In the form of some more cash. Appropriate. Here we get the default armor for the thief class, the black leather armor. As very light armor goes, it's actually pretty good. And as you can see, we're already at the boss door. But we're not going to tackle this one just yet. Got a bit more exploration to do. I see you. And you still hit me. Like a bag of rocks. Thud. This is a locked door to basically Lordran's massive sewer system that, of course, we're going to be tackling in short order. Because why not? And here we've got another one of those neato little shortcuts. Oh, a short bow. That could also come in handy in future. Just not right now. Well, here we have a merchant. A creepy merchant, but a merchant nonetheless. She's very friendly and kind of useful, actually.
This is a wonderful place, don't you think? We have water, moss, moisture, these nice iron bars. I like it here, I really do. Nothing good ever happened to me in life, but now that I'm undead, I've never been happier. You've come to this land at a bad time. There were nothing but hollows in these parts.
She sells primarily status effect or status ailment relieving items. That's the moss she mentioned.
Go down along the side to read the depths of the Undead Burg. Only undead crooks and liars to be found there. Hardly a place for a lady like myself. But who knows? Maybe you'd fit right in.
Okay. Specifically, she sells moss clumps that reduce the buildup of bleeding, poison, toxin, basically super poison that's certain to kill you if you don't happen to have one of these on hand, and a couple like status ailment causing projectiles. Literal feces, poisoned knives, that kind of thing. As well as some more of those weapon buffs. More pine resins. Charcoal applies a fire effect, whereas rotten pine resin applies a poison effect. We can get these on our own. But she does also sell a wide variety of arrows for bows and bolts for crossbows. We might come back here sometime.
What a humdrum lad you are.
Right. Now, if you think this area looks familiar, well, it should. Because we are now finally at the opposite end of this door in the waterway next to Firelink Shrine. Bringing us full circle and giving us easy access to the boss and the sewers from the shrine itself. Now all of this, like, on-foot navigation isn't really going to be necessary in the series elsewise, as Demon Souls had a more linear layout overall, and Dark Souls 2 and 3, as well as Bloodborne, adopted a really convenient and I think well done fast travel mechanic. This game has something similar, but we don't get access to it for quite some time. Right. What else were we wanting to do? Think. I guess that's it for now. So a couple words about the next boss, since, as I said, this fight's very fast and kind of frantic. The boss itself is no problem. It's a standard demonic swordsman, has powerful attacks, but not many of them. They're also clearly telegraphed. But it fights alongside two of those damn demon dogs, and in a very, very narrow arena. So we're going to have to use a little trick to take out the dogs first, so we can then focus entirely on the boss, who's actually pretty weak. Or I should say frail. It's that Capra Demon we've seen referenced, time and again in lore. That's one of the dogs down. And there's the other one. Now we can heal up. Oh no. Oh no. I thought we could get the drop on him, but no dice. Every time, man. Because as you could see, there is nowhere to run here. Okay, we can heal after that though, because that is a move that leads him wide open. We might actually want to strafe round the other side of him for that one. Or not. I mean... Whoop. Whoop. Huh, we can dodge the swings entirely just by circling in their general direction. He just goes right over our head. Okay, so that kind of slam was newer, I think. Nice try. And down he goes. So we got the key to the sewers, joy, as well as a big old parcel of souls. And just like that, kids, that is our 4th Dark Souls boss down the drain. And now we're, before too long, going to have to head down the drain ourselves, unfortunately. So obviously, first order of business, moseying right back to Firelink Shrine. Because we've got, again, another few levels worth of souls. Then, oh then, friends, we're going to have to, well, at least put in a best faith effort to try and take down Bishop Havel. Provided he doesn't smush us to paste in one blow with that big old club again. The rat? Yeah, rat's back. Jumping attack, there we go. Nice try. Oh, another set of armor. Nice, I guess. feels very cathartic to just be able to cut through those guys like that at this point. Oh, time once again to level up. Oh, whoops. I said time once again to level up. There we are. And we've got, what, 3 of them in store this time? How about 2 more in health, because we really do need to get that up. 1 more in dex. Yeah, there we go. It's a bit more like it. Now it's time, once again, to head back down through the Undead Burg. I promise you, the other games in the series are going to have way less backtracking like this. Well, just for the purpose of conveyance, I should say. There will be plenty of backtracking for cool new treasures at various points in those games, but not just to get from point A to point B. Still don't feel like dropping humanities, eh? That's alright, we'll wait. There'll be plenty more of those guys in the sewers. Plenty more. Nice try. Nice try. Now, despite our upgraded weapon, the Bishop, wearing some of the most famous armor in the series, noted for its resilience, is still going to take a good long while and more or less flawless execution of dodges and the like to avoid his attacks and bring him down. Oof. Thankfully we got our shield up just in time to block most of the damage from that. I think this thing still blocks like 60-some-odd% of fire damage, so that's not bad at all. Oh, what'd we drop? Oh, another crossbow. Alright, well, can't say no to that, can I? Ooh, my bad. See, our next stop is right past the Bishop. Well, I should say one path to our next stop is right past the Bishop. The other is behind that terrible demon in Andre's basement. The Bishop, I think, might still be slightly easier to take out for us right now than the demon would be. Neither would be easy, but again, neither would be impossible. Alright, let's psych ourselves up for this attempt at Bishop Havel's fight. So I'm trying to remember how you do this. Do you dodge into him? No. You dodge to the opposite side. And you backstab him. Yeah, he's gonna need a few of these to go down. God, look at that armor. So cool. I think it might be meant to emulate, like, the scales of the everlasting dragons that he and Lord Gwyn's army took down. because his weapon is actually called the Dragon Tooth. And I think that's exactly what it is. It's like a giant tooth he pried from the jaw of one of the everlasting dragons. Dude's a badass, that much is for certain. And remember, we're fighting him long after he's lost most of his power. I don't think he's quite hollow, but he's damn near. I could be wrong about that, though. He may be all gone. Now, if we can get one more in, we'll have won the fight. And, of course, the bishop does not respawn. If he did, this would be hell. Oh, come on. Got him. Nice, nice. 3k souls and Havel's Ring, which we're going to equip right away, and let me show you why. Boosts our maximum equip load, also increasing the likelihood of us being able to roll and move a bit faster. This ring was named after Havel the Rock, Lord Gwyn's old battlefield compatriot. Havel's men wore the ring to express faith in their leader and to carry a heavier load. Yep, and as you can see, we roll much faster now. Welcome, kids, to Darkroot Basin. Part of the much larger Darkroot Garden complex. You know, that great big forest we saw from the Undead Burg. Now, we'll explore the basin at length later on. Suffice to say, it's a little dangerous for us right now. What we really want is to get access, or gain access, to the Darkroot Garden. See, we've got crystal golems all about. Very dangerous crystal golems. That we can just barely damage. And, we've got that. We've got a very angry Hydra in the lake attacking all comers with a very accurate water cannon. And yes, we will be fighting that Hydra at some point. But not today. Whew. There we go. Just get power washed. The golems themselves aren't too bad. Durable, yes. Dangerous, not by themselves. Oh wait, where are we supposed to go? Oh dear. You stay away. If only I could remember where we're supposed to head. Oh, right, over here. We're actually technically taking a back way into the garden. Which, while beautiful, has itself seen some better days. Starting to see more bloodstains, meaning more deaths around here. And here's why. A Black Knight with a halberd. On very narrow footing. It's about the worst place you could fight one of these guys. Fortunately, we get that backstab off, and that's gonna ravage its health. Come on. Got it. Yes, we got the Black Knight halberd and a special blue Titanite chunk that can be used to upgrade, well, special weapons when they're a bit more powerful than they are to begin with. And we found ourselves a nice little bonfire tucked away in this cave. Remember this one, folks. It's gonna be kind of important later on. Not yet, though. Right now, the really important thing is scavenging more loot. In this case, the Grass Crest Shield, very important. Blocks 95% of damage, not 100, but it might be worth it. You know why? Old medium metal shield of unknown origin, the Grass Crest is lightly imbued with magic, which slightly speeds your stamina recovery. Even though this means we'll take a tiny little sliver of damage from physical attacks now, it also means we'll start getting or recovering our stamina. Well, despite what it says, what appears to be much, much faster. Check that out. This is another fan-favorite piece of equipment, and I gotta say, it's really, really useful for the way I tend to play the game. Let me see if I can remember where to go from here, actually. I do hope this takes us to the garden. Oh, this does not take us to the garden. This takes us to another place altogether. In fact, it takes us to a place I really don't want to go right now. You'll see me swatting at the walls to try and determine which among them are fake. There are fake walls in this game that hide treasure and the like. Keep trying to remember. There might be one around here. I think there's a way to get to the garden proper from the basin. I just have been missing it, of course. Oh wait, there it is. Whoopsie. Anything over here? No? Yes. The leather armor, as well as a longbow and some weaker... Well, no, actually I think they're decent arrows. If you remember, that's the armor that the archer class starts out with. Not fantastic, but nice and lightweight. Now, the longbow is actually pretty useful. And if I remember correctly, the feather arrows deal... Ooh, we want to kill this thing because it drops Titanite. The feather arrows just have increased range or something, and they deal roughly average damage. Here we go. Welcome to the Darkroot Garden proper. Giving us a beautiful look at a fog-shrouded Lordran. Oh, and here we meet, like, the main enemies of this particular section of the game. The gardeners. They're actually like these little wooden golems that have just been completely overgrown since the garden was largely abandoned. They're not too dangerous on their own, but they do have a grab attack, I believe, that's, like, pretty dangerous. But they drop moss clumps, which can be handy later on when we deal with more status ailment-reliant enemies. Here's the base of the bridge to Sin's Fortress. So, you know, near Andre's Forge. Trying to make sure I'm not going a place I really, really don't want to be right now. At least I think that's near Andre's Forge. I could be wrong. The gardeners aren't too tough, all told. But there are much, much more frightening things in these woods. Oh yeah, no, that is Andre's Forge. Because this is the other pathway to the garden. So our first order of business is unlocking a bonfire. Before we do anything else. You'll see this glowing door. If you remember Andre selling the Crest of Artorias, the little expensive relic that I think it runs us 20k souls, it will open this door and essentially grant us a shortcut into a story-centric part of the garden. That's one of those fake walls I talked about. And behind it lies a bonfire, nice and rewarding. But if you progress through the garden and just clear it out normally, you will be able to emerge on the other side of this door without using the crest. It's not necessary. It's handy, but it's not necessary. Let me think. 2 more decks, that'll get us up to 25, and we'll leave it for right there for now. We'll try to get a bit more stamina, a little bit more strength, and more health, probably in that order. Right now, I actually want to go at least see how well we can do against the big demon under Andre's Forge, since we're right here. Now these guys can attack in pretty daunting numbers later on in the game, or later on in the garden. But not right now. Oh, I got myself all turned around again, didn't I? Right, so from here, we actually want to go, is it this way? I feel like this just leads us deeper into the garden. And yes, in fact it does. Oh, we can see the gardeners waiting for us. Normally they'd all attack when we obtain that item, I believe. We're a bit too smart for that, aren't we? So strange playing a game on stream that I'm actually halfway competent at. There we go. A decent little cache of souls. I'm bound and determined to get to Andre's Forge, because I know you can access it from here. Just racking my brain trying to remember how. This area is so dark, you see. Oh, here? It might be over here. I'm pretty sure it is over here. I don't think they drop the toxin-relieving, blooming purple moss clumps all that often, but they can. Most of the time you'll get purple and blue. Or, listen to me, purple and red. There are blue moss clumps in Dark Souls 3, just not here. Okay. So that big brute is called a Titanite demon. 3 guesses as to what he drops. Now he's not the most mobile, as you'd imagine, being essentially a broken statue, but he's resilient, and he's powerful. You can actually get your hands on that weapon, though I never personally have. I believe it's called the Titanite Catchpole. I actually really like the design of these guys. And since he's a demon, that means he was actually created, I believe, like this. He's not just broken or something. It's like he's half finished. There's a few of these throughout the game, and they all drop, well, nice little bundles of Titanite for you. Oh, dear. Still clipped me. Damn it. Oh. Get that shield up. There you go. As long as we stay to this side, he doesn't have a great chance of hitting us with anything but, well, the slam attack. He will launch those little lightning bolts we saw him using at us at range, but... well, I don't believe they're that hard to dodge, nor do they deal too much damage. Ooh. Got greedy and went for the two-handers. Got him. Wow, nice, first try. So there we got the Demon Titanite, which, like some of the special Titanites we've received, including the Twinkling Titanite that Lizard dropped, will be able to grant us the ability to upgrade special weapons. Demon Titanite, of course, I believe is primarily used to enhance, obviously, demonic or, like, demonically infused weapons. I think. It's been so long since I played this game in particular, my memory of the upgrade system's a little fuzzy. Now we can actually progress on through the Darkroot Garden. Well, we can rest at its bonfire for... no, sorry, we already did rest at its bonfire. We're good then. We can carry on through the garden and to our next boss. Which is one of the most beautifully designed, but also one of the easiest encounters in the game. I really, really like it, though, purely for its design. This is not a boss door. I don't believe. Nope, we're good. The boss is going to be on the other side of this overgrown courtyard. So first thing, evil trees. That's a thing now. You can see the tree itself is kind of feeling out along the ground. Doesn't have any attacks in and of itself, but it does block the way in. Gives us a pittance of souls. It was like some kind of slime imitating a tree. Here we have frog rays, an interesting-ish enemy, and very cute. This whole area has a very Castlevania-esque flair to it, I think. Quirky little enemies, you know. Green blossoms. You can eat those to gain a temporary stamina recovery boost. Now, we have to be careful, because some places around here there are these two-headed lizards that look just like vines dangling from trees. That can really mess you up. The boss isn't through here. I'm trying to recall what is, though. Look, it's another one of the sentient trees. Why? I'm not entirely sure. Use some of those two-handed strong attacks to chop it down. The ambiance of the forest is actually beautiful, if a little unsettling. Trying to remember what's here. Lying in ambush ahead? Why, thank you. Dark Souls friend. Oh, it's one of these. Right. We're gonna have to get used to these guys, because this is one of the stone guardians of the garden. A great stone knight, I think they're called. Oh, and this one has backup. Now, thankfully, the stone knights move incredibly slowly, but they can cast a miracle that'll slow us down. Which would be a nightmare if we had to tackle them in conjunction with other nasties like the frog rays. Three frog rays. Yikes. I would say those fire bombs might come in handy here, but I don't think so. I don't think they deal quite enough damage, even to creatures like the frog rays. Oh, there goes the miracle. But we're out of its range, right? Yes, we are. Oh, no, we're not. Yikes. Oh, and we can't dodge. Oh, good. Oh, good. Unfortunately, it does not last forever. Neither will this knight once the damn frogs are dead. As you can see, due to how slowly it moves about, the knight is not that hard to dispatch. It deals damage pretty well, and is extremely resilient itself, but that's about it. And if it elects to cast its miracle, well, it's just leaving itself wide open. There are plenty of these back up in that courtyard. We found the tree imitator in. Green blossoms. Oh, and we got the knight's sword, his great sword. That's a rare drop. And ragdolling around again. A pretty good one, if I recall. Try rolling? I don't think so, friend. I'm just exploring all this because I don't remember much about this area. Frog ray down. I do see this little destroyed cave, though. Or cave entrance. Where's this take us? To another stone bro, apparently. Oh, here it comes. Give it your best shot, man. There we go. Down he goes. And I think if they die before the miracle dissipates, its effects will be neutralized immediately. Oh, it's just a nice little overlook. With a ring, the wolf ring. Well, hello, hello, what do you do? Boosts poise. One of the special rings granted to the 4 knights of Lord Gwyn. The wolf ring belongs to Artorius the Abyss Walker, aka the one the fandom absolutely adores. Artorius had an unbendable will of steel and was unmatched with a greatsword. So poise decreases the likelihood that we'll flinch when struck by an enemy's attack. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take it. That's not a bad gift, actually. Prize, I should say. Now, what was the frog ray guarding? I love rings, by the by. They give you great little bonus effects at absolutely no real weight penalty. Soul of a Proud Knight. Now that, for this part of the game, or this stage in the game, is a hefty chunk of change. Now we can head back up to the courtyard with all the stone knights, though. Cut them down, and make our way on to the boss, which is just on the other side of them. If you've noticed, music only really seems to kick in around Firelink Shrine or during boss or other special encounters. But what music the game does have, I think, is pretty well done generally, like very atmospheric, befitting a lot of the situations it plays in. Good stuff, I find. Oh, here it comes. But the theme for this next boss might be my favorite piece of music in the game, or if not, it's a close second. Without their miracle, these guys don't have a snowball's chance in hell of hitting us. It's more the gardeners. Now, they are pretty dangerous when paired with the knights and their slowdown miracle. Like so. We want to lure him out. We do not want to wake two of these things at once. Trying to two-hand this just to bring him down a little bit faster. There we go. With that attack. Thank you, sir. Oh no, there's two more of them. Oh, forgot about that. Forgot about that. One, two, three. It's one of them down. Oh, no. One, two. Nope. Oh, so the slowdown is an aura around the night. I see. Don't think I ever recognized that before. Or again, if I did, I've just forgotten, like so many other things about this game. Really like the design of these guys, though. Like, obviously, they're overgrown, but unlike the gardeners, they're still in just about peak condition. Like, the quality of their arms and armor is still really phenomenal. And they, along with the gardeners, I think, actually aren't necessarily Lord Gwyn's creations. I think they're older. Oh, and that corpse had the Elite Knight's armor set, which is, I think, Oscar of Astora's armor, as well as the armor, like, extensively featured in promotional art for Dark Souls 1, so it's kind of the quote-unquote Dark Souls armor. It's a really good set, too, like, just above medium weight, but really solid defenses all around, I think. There we go. Oh! We woke some of them up. More than one, somehow. Our boss is going to be at the top of the watchtower at the end of the dilapidated bridge. So that second one we saw charging at us was coming from its exact direction. Oh, come on. Wear off, wear off. Okay, so we actually really don't want to fight more than one of these things at once right now. Not with this rapier that doesn't do phenomenal damage. So we're going to actually strategically retreat for now. Oh, there's one of the tree snakes I was telling you about. Down it comes. They deal poison damage, I believe. Oh no. Had to start showing off, didn't I? They're trying to pull a pincer on us? Well, down goes the lizard. I don't know if they drop anything or not. Cool little enemies, though. There's a lot of interesting wildlife in this area. Now, what we are going to do is just burst our way straight on into this place. There's an NPC we can summon for the fight if we need it. We do not. And clamber our way up to the top of the tower. And we are now ready for our fifth boss. Fifth, right? Yeah. A beautiful, artificial creation of one of Lord Gwyn's more malevolent lieutenants. You can actually see it from here. It's the gorgeous and serene, largely harmless Moonlight Butterfly. And when I say harmless, I do indeed mean it. It can deal heavy damage with certain attacks, but is unlikely to. But I just want us to take this in. Compared to everything else we've been fighting, nasty demons or like animated defensive constructs, This thing is a beautiful and actually really graceful, serene, natural creature that was subjected actually to extensive experimentation at the hands of one of Lord Gwyn's lieutenants, one of the heroes of this Age of Light. And it's been granted unbelievable magical power. Here comes that boss theme. Now the butterfly is going to stay out of our range for most of the fight, launching magical attacks at us. The goal, well, is not to get hit like that, for starters. I may actually take quite a few hits here as I try to learn this fight and her timing again. But she is eventually going to land on the bridge. She's going to tire herself out. You'll notice she's using sorcery on us, too. Oh god, the laser. That's her most dangerous attack. And when she tires herself out, we want to just unload on her. She's totally harmless during that time, except for a very short-range AoE she'll let off just before rising into the air again. Here we go. Here it comes, and... almost. We might actually not get her this time, just because it's been so long I don't really know her patterns as well as I'd care to. Ah, damn! I thought I rolled, but there is a delay between dropping your guard and rolling. I think, well, sometimes, anyway. This is not the best showing in the world. Now, she's on the other side of the bridge. We can actually use the archway to dodge her. We might be able to, like, pelt her with a firebomb if we were feeling terribly spiteful. Unfortunately, we don't have any shields that have great magic resistance. Oh, here she comes. Oh, damn, come on. Oh, and we're dead-ish? How on earth did she miss with that? Yeah, we're not gonna get it this time. But we're gonna be very close, and as you can see, not exactly the hardest fight in the world, really, once you get her timings down. Oh, man! Rolled through two of them, got caught by the third. That's a shame. Well, we're really, really close. We can easily take her a third time. Or, sorry, on a second attempt. Now we just have to saunter our way right back on over. That NPC, by the way, that we could summon in near the butterfly's boss door is a powerful ranged spellcaster who would absolutely eviscerate her with ease. And run, run, run. Real quick, I'm going to check as we're walking our way on up. Do we have anything that offers better magic resistance than what we're wearing. If we could do anything to ameliorate her damage just a little bit, that'd be awesome. The cracked round shield, actually? Seriously? Huh. And it looks like literally everything else has better magic resist than the hollow soldier gear. So I guess we'll wear the thief mask then. Might as well optimize your gear, right? So nothing has better magic defense than the chain armor. The black leather boots have better defense, slightly better defense than what we were wearing too, so we don't look like the most professional warrior in the world, but we're gonna be alright. Let's try this again. And actually, while we're at it, sorry, I will swap over to the cracked round shield. If it gives us more defense, I mean, why not, right? Oh wait, no, because it's not the grass crest, that's why. Whoops. There we go. Fancy a firebomb. That's easily her worst attack. It comes out so quickly. That one's not too bad. Oof. Still connected. Visually, this is just a beautiful fight, though. Everything from her design to the choice of arena is breathtaking. I thought we were going to be just outside of that range, but no dice. Still, we took her down to over half health. Or under half her health. We took out over half her health. Oh, here comes the laser. Oh, shoot. Hate that attack. Absolutely hate that one. I think you may be actually able to roll through the laser, but I'm not sure. Well, let's try. Yes, you can. Perfect. Not exactly the world's greatest Moonlight Butterfly run, but we're making it work. One more firebomb, how about you? Yep. Got her. But you know, something that beautiful and kind of graceful, it just doesn't feel quite as satisfying as taking down one of the massive, like, terrifying demons, right? And we got something special, something that becomes a staple of the series, or was a staple in Demon Souls, and would return as a full-on staple in Dark Souls 2, but is only, presented to the player for killing certain enemies in Dark Souls 1. A boss soul. We want to check this out because it often gives us a bit of biographical information. Soul of the mystical Moonlight Butterfly, which flitters in the Darkroot Garden. Special beings have special souls. The butterfly soul is a creation of Seath the Scaleless. If you'll recall, he's the traitorous, mortal dragon that allied with Lord Gwyn to take down the rest of his kin, who he so envied for their immortality, for their strength, their resilience. He's effectively Gwyn's court mage, is insanely powerful, is still alive and perfectly well at the time of Dark Souls, and is arguably the most vile, unquestionably villainous character in the entire series canon. His hatred, his kind of resentment for being the least among, a great force, like the dragons, has never really left him. So, we're going to run into him a bit later, and suffice to say, he's been using all of the time since Lord Gwyn began the Age of Light to conduct horrific magical experiments in an attempt to advance certain types of mortal kind, creating quote-unquote superior species, but also finding means by which he could increase his own power and lifespan. And that butterfly was the result of one such experiment. Now, we can use boss souls to get a big old infusion of souls, or, later on with certain gear, and with certain blacksmiths, we can refine weapons into special boss weapons. We'll definitely be doing that at least a couple times. It's much harder to do in Dark Souls 1 than any other game in the series. Most other entries in the series, to get a boss weapon, all you need is the boss soul and enough souls to buy it. Buy the relevant weapon from a special merchant. In this game, you actually need an appropriate weapon, so if you wanted to make a boss soul rapier, you need a rapier leveled up to a certain amount, or to a certain point, and the boss soul, and some souls, and it's this whole thing. But up here we find a petrified blacksmith, cradling the watchtower basement key, and a divine ember, as well as a homeward bone that we could use to just get the hell out of here if we wanted. Let's check out our new spoils. Key to the basement of the watchtower in the Undead Burg. The basement of the watchtower forms a stone cell. There are rumors of a hero turned hollow who is locked away by a dear friend. For his own good, of course. Referring to Havel, that's just another way to get into the bottom of the watchtower if we haven't been there already. But this is the good stuff. The Divine Ember. Ember required for weapon ascension. Divine Embers are the property of the Church, and intended for divine blacksmiths. Ascends a +5 standard weapon to a divine weapon, basically resetting a lot of its damage buffs, but giving it special traits, special abilities, that will render it more effective against certain types of enemies. Divine weapons, in this case, are for undead hunting. Use against undead and the pawns of necromancers. So we can bring that, I believe, to Andre, and for once I think we will pop a homeward bone. Might as well, right? We've got enough of them. And this will get us past all the night safe and sound with all of our souls. We aren't looking too hot, of course. But now we can run right on back to Andre. And hand this ember off. We're probably not going to use it straight away, but we will reach a point in the game when having a divine weapon, if we can't find one elsewhere, will actually be really, really handy. And now, tried to put it off a little bit for that nice little aside, the next best place to go is probably going to be the Depths, the great Dark Souls sewer level that's oh so famous. The Depths themselves aren't actually too bad, it's what's at the other side of the Depths that's kind of notorious. That being, of course, the infamous Blighttown. And Mr. Titanite doesn't respawn, thankfully.
that with me? I can produce
Of course.
weapons with a flame such as that. Well, thanks for that. You've made a fine decision.
As I said, there are 4 blacksmiths in the game, and we can give certain embers to each of them to unlock special reinforcement paths. Could we ask him, perhaps, to reinforce our shield? Well, we need Titanite shards, but yes, he could. Not sure it does much good in the case of shields, though. Well, now we might as well throw on maybe some of the elite knight armor. We'll do a slower roll with them as they are. But what if we just take the gloves off? No. What about the black leather there? And the hollow soldier here. Still not quite there. Thieves mask, why not? Jeez. No mask at all? Still doing the medium roll, which in Dark Souls 1 is not great. That's the one we want. So either we get a whole lot more stamina, not likely to happen right now, or we just accept the slightly heavier roll and throw all of that good stuff on, or most of it anyway. This will actually make us considerably hardier. Now, what did I say I wanted to do? A couple strength, right? And then maybe some more health? Yeah, in that order. Well, we're close to another level, so hold on. Why don't we pop a soul? One of the smaller ones. Large soul of a lost undead. That might do it. And indeed it should. No, there we go. Oh no, sorry, we were a couple thousand off. My bad. Whoops. With this we can get to the depths really easily now. And fight through most of the terrors stowed away down there. The nasties in the depths aren't going to be too dangerous in terms of actual damage output. They specialize mostly in status effects, giving us a nice little crash course in time for Blighttown. Fun, fun stuff. There we go. Hope everybody's having a great evening so far. I know I certainly am. It's always nice to get to reacquaint yourselves with a series this good. You can see we are moving a bit slower overall, and I think our stamina regenerates slightly slower as well, with heavier armor. We're still well under half of our max equip load, though, so we should be good. Quite like the look of the Elite Knight armor myself. It was a good choice for, like, promo materials. It looks like... well, it looks standard enough for, like, to evoke thoughts of a medieval fantasy setting, but at the same time, there's enough distinct elements to it to make you think, oh, this is a Dark Souls armor. Oh, and as you see, Petrus's boss has arrived.
Oh, hello. My guests have finally arrived. I will be departing with them shortly, so I'm afraid I will be saying goodbye soon. It was a pleasure. Oh, miracle. Come again, if...
Neither of these get.
What have
Oh.
we here? You look awfully raggedy. Times are grim. The least you can do is look sharp. Don't you dare meet my lady like that. You might scare her off for good.
Right, so yeah, we might actually want to reverse our hollowing before we do anything else. Because there actually is a quest line associated with that priestess. Hopefully we don't get invaded in the depths. That's a thing that can happen, as it's a pretty good spot for invasions, if I'm being honest.
Did you see her? That virtuous little maid, complete with followers in tow. They're probably going straight to pillage graves. I've heard enough about the lady for a lifetime.
Anything else for us?
I don't really...
Right, so he's more or less done for most of the game. There's a couple more important story beats he's tied to, but we don't get to access them for a while. Anything else for us, man?
You again. What business have you? Don't suppose we can help, though. We accompany my lady on her righteous mission. It is quite a chore, but I'm stuck with her, and Nico too. I can't very well abandon them now.
Okay.
You are undead as well. We've no time to fraternize. I have my mission, and you no doubt have yours. We must not let this curse overcome
Right,
us.
so she's an undead cleric. I don't know if her entire party's undead, but well, I think those two are at least.
Who are you so uncouth as to lack such judgment? By the looks of you, I should think not. Did I not explain? Who are you? By the...
Believe it or not, she's actually going to be our friend through a good deal of the game if we perform a certain amount of encounters properly. But, like, the order of operations for their quest line's pretty complex. So if we rest at the old bonfire, they might disappear? I don't know. No, not yet. Do they have anything else to say, though? Sometimes characters in this game will have more dialogue if you rest.
Leave momentarily. The catacombs aren't exactly my idea of a good time.
Yeah, they're heading down to,
What can one do?
the catacombs.
I do
The personal province of Lord Nito.
Did I not?
Oh, Rarian.
Oh, miracle. Rhea is the youngest daughter of the good house of Thurland. Those young knights are her old schoolmates, but I'm not sure what to make of them. I'm afraid they may be a bad influence. Rhea is the youngest, but come again. The effectiveness...
Right, so we will be seeing everybody here a bit later on. But not, I think, until we ring the second bell. So let's get right to that, then. Ooh. Well, firebombs aren't too much to worry about now that we've got some proper heavier armor, at least. This is not the heavy armor. Heavy armor's like the stuff Hobble was wearing. Another battle axe. Another shield. Down he goes. And thankfully, if we cut across right here, we will be spat out right at the entrance to the depths. And I think there's like a mid-game checkpoint not too far, or like a mid-level checkpoint not too far from the entrance to the depths, once we get past a couple somewhat tricky encounters. This poor guy doing his best to guard the passage here, and failing. Before we get into the sewers proper, I think there's a dust up against a bunch more of the town drunk hollows, and a special, either unique or practically unique enemy. Yep, here they come. Now a ton of those guys are packed down here. But just as the case of the Channeler, we should be more concerned with who's technically leading them than the Hollows themselves. More cash, nice. In fact, we can see said leader at work down there, the Butcher. She is, as you'd expect, very, very powerful. And we'll only want to tussle with her after taking out all of her backup. Again, much like the Channeler. But unlike the Mage, she has more than just standard drunk Hollows acting as her guards. No, they're really here just to catch you off guard. The real threat are these guys, a couple dogs that accompany the good old Butcher. Oh, there you go. Trying to find a ranged weapon we could use to kite the dog without attracting the Butcher's attention. And we failed. Here she comes. Now we can backstab her, thankfully, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. Come on. I don't know why she's going at us with the weaker weapon instead of the massive cleaver in her other hand. There we go. And down she goes. Is this a mimic? I don't think it is. It's got another ember force, the large ember. A large, high-quality ember handled by the blacksmiths of Astora. Ascension for a +5 standard weapon, allowing reinforcement to +10. Also can ascend a +5 standard weapon to a raw weapon, and vice versa. Okay. That's another one for Andre, I believe. Now we want to roll our way down here. Oh no, that's to access the sewers proper. Whoops. And that's a giant rat. Whoops. Ideally, I'd like to go back to, the Butcher's dining room, because there's an NPC trapped up there that can sell us some pretty nifty goods. I'll be with you in just a moment, giant rat. After we get the spider shield, it's a really handy shield, as I said in the first stream, that the bandit begins with, and blocks a fair amount of poison and toxin. We can actually perform a plunging attack on the big rat. I love that. This is the only rat of that size in the entire game, I believe. And it drops a humanity for us. Very nice. Soul of the Nameless Soldier. It's better than nothing. Sewer chamber key and plenty of rats. Key to the sewer chamber in the depths. In any community, a few bad apples are sure to exhibit unsatiable greed. If they were turned undead and banished to the depths, would they reconsider their ways? Use this key to see for yourself. Now there are slimes down here that can ambush you, so to speak, by, like, dropping on you from above. So we want to keep our eyes peeled for that. The depths is basically one giant maze of traps and rats. Oh, here's one of those slimes. It's not going to jump down on us, though. They're very, very weak to elemental damage, fire in particular, observe. But take way less damage from physical attacks of any kind. Oh, we're gonna have to try and jump that. Yikes. It's worth it, though. Whew! Oh, and this just brings us back up to the giant rat's abode? Well, hell. Down you go. Always assist with the waste disposal when you can. A little bit more cash. This is not a boss door, I can promise you. But it does lead us to the boss arena. And some larger than usual rats, not necessarily the size of the great big giant rat, with a channeler backing them up. Interesting to see one of them here. Now, I believe in canon the channelers also work for Seath the Scaleless. I could be wrong about that. Oh, what do you got for us? A humanity sprite. There we go. Down he goes. Little more troublesome than the first one, but not by much. This is our boss arena for the depths. So as you can imagine, the boss itself is pretty hefty. Oh. Oh no, we've been poisoned. That's not good, so that's going to steadily drain your health for entirely too long. Come on. Just, there we go. But we can take one of those purple moss clumps to instantly heal it. And in fact, as long as we're in the depths, we might want to put those into a quick select slot. Oh, they're not going to do it to us here, eh? Well, alright. What's over here? Large Titanite shard. Perfect. That'll allow us to get that rapier from +5 to +6 once we bring the ember back to Andre. Really trying to find that bonfire. As I believe I've already said, the depths aren't very large, but they are, however, pretty dense and kind of labyrinthine in their design, by choice, of course. Oh, and here we are again. Right. Keep on walking in circles, which is not at all what we want to do. Might actually want to... Oh geez, this is gonna hurt. But drop one down one of these holes. That might be the only way forward, in fact. What's over here again? Just once more. Oh no. No, it's those other rats. Yeah, yeah. We're on the other side of that grate now. Oh, come on. The rapier and short enemies do not get on all that well. Rat in the box? Yeah, you can't pull that trick on me twice. Come on. Side passage, gotta be aware of that. So the strong attack seems to have a much higher than usual chance of actually striking them. Woo! A great axe. Well, that is a very strength-focused weapon that we therefore aren't going to get to use extensively, but is pretty cool nonetheless. Okay, so our bonfire chamber and maybe a way back up to the butcher's kitchen should be not too far from here. You could see a bunch of slimes coating the ceiling. They'll drop down and try to attack us if we pass under. But you'll also see, hurrah, a bonfire. That is actually a dead end, as it happens. We'll come back to that. The slimes can't really pursue us all that quickly once they're down, so we get to carry on our odyssey of exploration. Now here you'll see an ingeniously placed slime right next to an item, near all this gunk that slows us down. How rude. We can take it though, and what do we get? Soul of a nameless soldier, so some decent payoff there. Finally we're back in the butcher's. And can rescue her captive, if we can find him. There is, of course, a second butcher. I think there's only 2 or 3 of these enemies in the whole game. I could be wrong, though. We got her sack as a helmet. Here we go. Here's the larder. Poor guy's trapped in a barrel. Now you might recognize this armor set. This guy is in fact a pyromancer and will serve as our pyromancy teacher if we are interested in pursuing that path.
Thank you. Thank you dearly. I'm Lorenzius. With the place. Oh, hello there. I'm fine, thanks to you.
Okay, anything else for us yet? Okay, so he's going to head back to Firelink Shrine and set up shop. We'll want to check in with him later, but right now I want to scour this area to see is there anything else I missed? Other than, of course, more undead dogs. Come on, there you go. Jeez. Please, these things are fast. Come on. There we go. Is there any other treasure down here in, like, the Great Poop Lake? No? Let's just hustle on out of here. And I guess just proceed on back to the depths proper. Yay. Oh, we've got a roll down, do we? Alright. Sorry, I'm not being too terribly talkative right now, just, having to work our way back around. It's right over here and then to the left, right? Yes. Up the stairs and through the arch. Believe it or not, we're already about halfway through the depths, maybe a little bit more. Oh, we can't open that yet. Well, alright. Oh, and the slimes are charging us, so to speak. If we want to get to the bonfire or back up at all, we'll have to cut our way through a few of them, unfortunately. Not difficult in the least, just a little tedious. Oh, what do they drop? Oh, special Titanite shards. Well, okay, that's actually kind of worth it then. Not entirely sure what kind of reinforcement they're used for, but some special type or another. Is there some kind of alternate pathway here, something we're missing? If not, I'm going to have to drop down that other hole in the sewers and fight some really nasty enemies at a disadvantage, but it looks like that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Now, when we were running around the sewer tunnels, you may have heard some kind of bizarre rattling noise. It's time to fight the enemies causing that terrible sound. They're horrifying looking, but at least by themselves, actually kind of harmless as long as you don't allow them to, guess what, inflict a status ailment on you. Wait, did we did go all the way around, right? I think so. This was just a dead end. Yes. That's not the one we want. I don't think we want the other one. And yeah, we're gonna take some fall damage from this. A decent bit of fall damage, unfortunately. But as I said, these things can't hurt you directly. Meet the basilisks, these horrible bug-eyed, well, kind of bug-eyed, lizard abominations. Now that gas can petrify you, basically causing an instant death if the status ailment meter fills. And this whole little corridor is just chock full of them. But, apart from that status ailment, or petrification gas, they have absolutely no means of attack, meaning they cannot hurt you as long as you stay out of their very easily noticeable vapor clouds. We got the Ring of the Evil Eye, which is kind of a niche ring. Absorbs HP from fallen enemies. Very little, I should point out. According to legend, this ring contains the spirit of the Evil Eye, a dark beast which assaulted Astora. The strength of the Evil Eye does not waver, and HP is absorbed from fallen enemies. Not, like, essential to this build, but cool nonetheless. I say build as if I have some great plan in mind. I really don't, but It's not super useful for us, is what I'm getting at. Oh, and here, you can see some telegraphing of the Basilisk's abilities. A character that was, well, petrified and turned to crystal. More money. Now, there was a side room over here that we missed. Right? Yeah, over there. Oh, no, you don't. Whew. A humanity sprite. Very good. We're building up a decently sized little collection of them now. And hopefully we're about to leave Basilisk country. They can be very, very dangerous in conjunction with other enemies, as you'd imagine. Oh no, there's more. They drop Gravelord eyes, right? Yeah, the eyes of death. Are there rats in them there boxes? Well, not that one. Oh, it's Giant Rat Plus again. Oh, and we've been invaded by a special NPC. Knight Kirk. He's got, well, spines covering everything, really. His shield, his sword, his armor. He's a real nasty piece of work, but doesn't have that much health, thankfully. He, too, is a status effect champion, of course. Specializing in bleed, but we took him down pretty easily, actually. Not that durable. Now we can take some additional souls and the like from him, including an additional humanity. Did he drop any gear? No, not this time. He's a recurring NPC in the series. Usually attacks you. Usually drops at least some of his gear, I think. Not down here, though. And finally, we're out in the second, like, great big antechamber of the depths. See, that's the little terrace we were at before, with the giant rat. Just got some slime here. This is a shortcut back to that little grated chamber not far from the bonfire, which we're going to be using when we have to make our boss runs. Check this out. And you should now know exactly where we are. Excellent, excellent. Now what's down here? I'm trying to remember. Oh, more slime. That really we're just going to try to avoid more than anything else, since wearing our weapon down trying to get rid of them for like 100 souls apiece isn't really worth it, I don't think. Not right now, anyway. That is the door to Blighttown, but we can't get down there quite yet. Another vantage point for the boss room. They're really, really hyping this one up, aren't they? You can see, I think there's a couple items scattered around on the ground down there. They don't matter a whole lot. There are NPCs we can summon in for help if we're so inclined. Gonna try to do it without help first, but if we just don't do enough damage, I have no qualms about calling at least one of them in. Who do we have? Solaire. Oh, and this is the one Lautrec will help you with. A heavy crossbow, just like the standard model that the NPC, like Hollow Soldiers, use, but deals significantly more damage. And that is like the doorway down to the boss, or the stairwell down to the boss. We're gonna try to completely explore the sewers before tackling that, though. And if I'm lucky, we'll end today's stream by reaching the first Blighttown bonfire. You know, priming us to have a real fun time together tomorrow. We have here one of my favorite merchants in the game, Domhnall of Zena.
Aye, shall I? And good day to you. I'm Donald of Zenas. I'm just a peddler of sorts. I adore trinkets and oddities, so I trade for them.
Now, he doesn't have a whole lot on offer right now, but his gear, his selection of gear, grows exponentially as we progress through the game, and he offers some of the coolest friggin' armor and arms in the entire game.
I'm afraid I don't see anything here.
Right, so let me show you his stock and then I'll break down how this works. He sells pine resin at a pretty decent rate. Oh, hold on.
That is a shame, but no matter. No, not to worry. Come back again. I'm always available.
Thank you, sir. We just need to take down this slime before we're attacked. We'll be...
Someday. Sometime.
He's one of the nicest people in the entire game, and I absolutely adore him and the way he was written. Once we clear the depths, he's going to set up under that aqueduct in Firelink Shrine. So that little bridge jump I had to execute to get like that little treasure over there, we're gonna have to do that every time we go see him from here on out. But I was explaining his stock really quickly. He sells pine resin at a decent price, a bottomless box at what I think is either standard or a discount, so if you really want one, that's fine. Special crystal weapons and shields. Now, the crystal series of gear is kind of gimmicky, in that it deals absolutely exceptional damage. As you can see, like, our rapier deals, like, just over 100 damage per thrust, I believe, and the crystal straight sword, by default, deals, like, 150. And I think it even, like, penetrates most defenses really easily. The trade-off is this gear wears down. Durability is a thing in this game. We just haven't seen its effects quite yet. You do have to repair arms and armor at certain points. These things wear down really quickly and cannot be repaired whatsoever. So you are, like, paying 4,000 souls in this case on what's basically a superpowered burner sword. And he sells, like, your standard ranged goods or armaments, no big deal, as well as his armor set, which is really cool, but also insanely expensive. So here's the gimmick explained, Domhnall's gimmick, in like one sentence. As you kill certain humanoid bosses or significant NPCs, he will acquire their armor sets and sell them to you at a premium, but also a well-deserved premium, because you'll be getting some of the very best and coolest looking armor in the entire game. By the time we're done with this game, he will have an insane amount of gear to offer.
That is a shame, but no come on it, baby.
We'll be seeing a lot more of him. A whole lot more. Right, that's the boss. This is just Basilisk country, I guess. Yeah, okay, so we've actually done a pretty good loop of the depths then. I'm loath to try this thing with just 5 Estus flasks, though. So tell you what, since we got like a free humanity somewhere, we're gonna charge that depth bonfire, kindle it, allowing us to take 10 Estus flasks from it. No big deal, just burns 1 humanity. And then head on down to the boss room. Because this next one, oh buddy does it hit hard. And oh buddy is it strong. Like, I mean resilient. Real quick, we can level up, what, 3 times? Good stuff. Give me some more vitality, please, and then a good bit more stamina. Somebody with an excellent hat there. We can get just such a hat much later on in the game. There, we now have 10 Estus flasks. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the phenomenon of offering resources to boost the Estus output of individual bonfires. I don't believe it's a thing later on in the series. In fact, I'm fairly certain it's not. Works well enough, I guess. Forces you to strategize as to which bonfires, which areas you think you're going to struggle with or need the additional help for, and not just go boosting them willy-nilly. Down it goes. And yeah, we can do this. Maybe not the first try, maybe not the second, but we can, in fact, do this. Here we go. Meet our boss, the Gaping Dragon. Not exactly a dragon as much as some kind of serpent, and why the gaping? Well, as you can see, something's gone terribly wrong. Basically looks like a bloated demonic Spyro in coloration. I really like its design, actually. So yeah, this thing is insanely powerful, very resilient, and will just try to friggin' eat you. Often. Now what we want to do is try to sever that tail if we can. Because, again, much like the Bell Gargoyles, it's got a special weapon in store for us if we can manage it at least once. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it dealt like AoE damage to us from that? Yikes. And as you can see, this thing is just loaded on health. Lightning would be really useful here, but no such luck on our part. Hey, we got its tail weapon, the Dragon King Great Axe. Just another cool little souvenir that we can't really use all that effectively. Why? I'm not gonna complain, but why did you do that there? Oh, so it can do, like, the little crawl attack. That actually deals insane damage if you get caught in it. So it has the gift of very limited flight. There's an armor set, like the Warrior's standard armor set. Hard leather, I think it's called. We're gonna want to two-hand our weapon for the most part, because a shield ain't gonna do jack against this. I really like its battle theme, now that I listen to it through headphones. Now, it can, I believe, normally, like, lash at you with its tail, as long as it's still connected, so... Yikes. Probably a good thing we got rid of that. Oh. And it has tiny little AoEs that shoot out, or radiate out from its feet every time it takes a step. Or its claws, I should say, because those almost resemble just arms. Really, you want to stay towards its sides if you can. Oh, that was an attempt at the tail swipe that dealt pitiful damage due to, well, the lack of a tail. Really, this is a good old-fashioned battle of attrition. It can deal a lot of damage, it can take a lot of damage, but due to how slow it is, and again, that health, this fight's gonna last a while no matter what. It's gonna start walking now, right? No? Oh, yikes, yikes, yikes. Now that will absolutely ruin your day if it connects. That little leap it uses to reposition itself. Oh, it's vomiting. Oh god, it's vomiting. That is a poison attack, I believe. Good thing we got the extra Estus. We just may need it. That's when it's most vulnerable, right after that. It killed us. It killed us with a single step. Jesus H. Well, tell you what, since that's my first time fighting that boss in ages, I'm actually going to call that a really good run. Really, really good as it happens. Tell you what, we're going to, well, first off, reverse our hollowing. Like so. Then pop one of these to get just enough souls to allow us to requisition a gold pine resin from Domhnall. As if we slap one of those on our rapier, we'll deal way, way more damage to the dragon. We will definitely buy something this time.
Thank you. That was a fine trade. I have this funny feeling we'll meet again soon. We'll make another fight.
Just hopefully not here. Alright, on we go. Let's try this one more time. Still would be ideal to sever that tail again, of course, since that will severely limit its offensive options. We can skip the intro cinematic. Huh. The walk didn't deal near as much damage that time. There goes the tail. Oh, no, 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 no! Ooh. Gotta get to our souls, gotta get to our souls. I love that it just tries to punch us, more or less. It's like great, majestic creature. Or what was once majestic, at least. Just like winding up a haymaker. Now, I don't believe this thing is a true dragon either, as indicated by its, like, serpentine head. Nice try. Now, that gold pine resin Jesus, the AoE on that's insane. But the gold pine resin did a remarkable amount of damage to it. about to puke on us? Yep. Right on. Kids, this is why we don't flush dragon hatchlings down the toilet. Jeez. Oh, but those claws will get you, and it's, here we go, it's the puke. Trying for that tail swipe again. It still goes for that, despite, you know, the whole not having a tail thing. Ouch. 1, 2, 3. Poke. 1, 2, 3 with the other side of your body. Oh no. No, our rapier's at risk of breaking. That is very bad. We're gonna need to equip something else, and fast. Like the Morning Star, that'll do. Oh, and he walking. Well, we're gonna keep using this thing till it snaps. Too late. Time to swap over to something that's nowhere near as strong. What a terrible time to have to learn about durability, hey folks? And this thing won't deal a fraction of the damage as our rapier did. Because, yikes, it's not been upgraded at all. Oh lord, no. Yeah, just puke. There you go. Gotta go back to the rapier until it breaks. It's already dealing less damage, but it's not broken yet. The dragon's so tough, we just destroyed our sword on it. Yikes. Rolled just in time. Oh. What on earth was that? Oh, up we go. Just top that health off. Oh! My god. Just in time. Now it does roar before it starts walking properly. That's good to know, I guess. Now I don't want to break the rapier, so we will switch back to the Morning Star for what is hopefully the end of the battle. 1, 2, 3. Tail swipe. Ouch. Got it! Yes? Yes! Oh man, that feels great. Our rapier was just about to break in two, but we killed the dragon and plucked the Blighttown key along with humanity and a homeward bone from its remains. Whew. Well, I can guarantee you that. That is probably the most durable boss we're going to have to deal with in the main game. I can't think of anything that, at least by the time you fight it, should have that much health relative to your damage output. Now there's nothing over there. Unfortunately, just a pit. But we did it. We brought down the Great Gaping Dragon. The key to Blighttown, from the depths of the Undead Burg, swallowed by the Gaping Dragon. As its name suggests, Blighttown is a place of great pestilence. Even the polluted inhabitants of the depths are aware of its dangers, and built this mighty door in hopes that they could remain safely separated. So this thing was not, that big gate was not constructed by, like, normal people. It was constructed by the sewer dwellers. So, like, the weird hollows down here and the butchers, and I guess they contracted the Slimes Union or something to help. Because what we're about to head into is disgusting even by their very, very unusual standards. Now, we need to go find us a blacksmith, meaning it's Andre time. And we also probably want to buy some repair powder so we can touch up our gear on our own. Along with, since we got so many souls, maybe a smith box. Might be time to make that investment, eh? Oh no, we have to go back this way, that's right. Soon. Soon. So we could see, yeah, our poor rapier's down to, like, 44 durability, which for a weapon in this game is just about nothing. Oh, there's a living rat still? Why didn't you say so? MC says, was talking with my DM about our survival campaign, but watched silently. It's all good, man. Hope you, enjoyed... Oh, congrats on all the bosses so far. Thank you very much. The Gaping Dragon was tricky. The rest of them I'm familiar enough with to where it wasn't massively difficult. It was just fun to, like, demonstrate all of these fights for you guys and experience them again. The next boss, the Blighttown boss, actually is kind of tough. But we're not going to be getting to them tonight, probably, because Blighttown, well, if you're not familiar with Dark Souls, Blighttown takes some time. The depth serves really to tutorialize you on the way the game's different status effects can impair or otherwise affect your gameplay, and Blighttown serves to exploit the knowledge that you should now know what you're in for with status effects to the fullest extent the game is able to. Let's see, we want... Give me one more vitality, one more endurance. Gotta keep boosting those longevity-related stats. Now, yeah, weapons do not repair themselves every time you rest. Beginning in Dark Souls 2, weapons and armor have way less durability, but that durability is replenished fully every time you rest at a bonfire, unless something breaks, in which case you still need to take it to a blacksmith in order to have it properly repaired. Now, the butchers do not respawn, I don't think. Time to run past a whole bunch of undead dogs like an idiot. MC says, I do love regen durability on a long rest. Yes, yeah, it's basically that in, like, Dark Souls form. I think by Dark Souls 3, durability may have been done away with entirely, which, honestly, I don't mind at all. I'm generally not a huge fan of durability systems. Seeing them usually is more of a burden than a legitimate challenge, especially in games like this where you're expected to constantly explore new territory. But the way Dark Souls 2 does it, asking you to manage it as a resource from checkpoint to checkpoint, instead of, like, consistently on a series of longer journeys, is one of the best systems, or best applications of a durability system in a game I've seen in a good while. Blighttown, just to give you guys an idea, like sort of a primer of what we're in for, is a massive poop city built at the bottom of a massive, like, sort of, waste pond. It is a rickety shanty town constructed by the people so unwanted or otherwise vile that, like, the sewer dwellers threw them out, and is teeming with enemies that can, burden you with poison and its serious bigger brother, toxin. It's also dark as all hell, and chock full of extremely narrow or rickety platforms that you have to work your way down. And once you reach the bottom, you have to wade through a literal swamp of human shit that slowly poisons you, of course, in order to get to the boss's chambers. To say it's not the most pleasant area in the world would be an understatement. It's very well designed, because it's supposed to be gross, by and large. It's supposed to be gross and undesirable and all these things, and that's executed brilliantly by the FromSoft team, without making it feel like, without making it feel like a miserable experience for the player. It's very hard the first couple times you go through, and never really gets easy. But never is Blighttown just a nightmare, like a horrific, frustrating experience, in my eyes. Oh look, the clerics are gone. MC says reminds me of the anime Drifter. I don't know that I've ever seen it. In fact, I'm quite certain I haven't. Oh! Oh, where the heroes attacked an army with poop arrows. Oh good, well, we don't get poop arrows, but we do get technically poop bombs, which are just literal handfuls of shit we can throw at enemies to poison them. Because Blighttown is the worst. Like, in canon, it is the worst place in this terrible, terrible, like, little world that Lord Gwyn has built. Oh, and we can also give Andre the large ember that'll allow us to improve the rapier even further. MC says the problem with poop arrows is the enemy army had no way to heal their wounded. Well, right, no, it's a biological weapon. It's the same reason why the Mongolian Hanates typically would fling not only, I think, waste, but also diseased corpses of horses and livestock over the walls of besieged cities in order to act as really primitive bioweapons and sort of disseminate very, very virulent plagues throughout the city. That's one of the reasons I believe, like, the Black Death was really able to move swiftly through Europe. Here we go again.
You have there. I could smith some mighty weapons with one of those. Why not lend it to me?
Well, sure.
Magnificent. You won't be disappointed. I can hardly wait to get started.
Now we want to repair... Well, we'll repair everything, really. Except the scimitar. Just 220 for the nearly shattered rapier, that's not bad. Now, we can properly enhance it further. We don't want to give it any, like, special attributes yet, even though a divine rapier would get some magic damage, which is pretty cool. We're going to convert it into a good old, plain old rapier plus 6 with that large titanite shard. We'll also pick up the weaponsmith box. And, do we really want or need an armorsmith box? Yeah, I'll pick it up anyway. Why not?
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
MC says, Drifters is a lesser-known anime about historical figures brought to a world to fight against one another. That actually sounds really cool. If it's like on Crunchyroll, I might add it to my queue. Some pick the good side by the good side, others by the bad side, so it's like a tournament between cosmic forces. I get you. That does sound very, very cool. And now we can pick up one more level with what's left over. Hell with it. Give me... a little bit more endurance. We'll get endurance up to 20 for that extra stamina, and I think stamina regen boost. Then we will work on getting our dex up to 30. Then maybe, well, we'll take the final 2 points that we need to get strength or health up to 20 as well at some point. Then start putting a few points in intelligence so that when we finally meet a magic trainer, we can pick up some really rudimentary sorceries. You know, simple things we can use to, say, apply buffs to our weapon. Ah, now we down these guys in one hit. How far we and our... or at least we downed the one guy in one hit. Still, how far we've come. MC says the world is inhabited with fantastical creatures, and they basically get embroiled in that conflict. It's more for fun than story, and the main antagonist is Jesus. Oh, that... he does sound like a hoot. It's probably one of those, like, classic action or combat animes. I tend to like those myself. Sounds like a really fun, like good old classic mindless fun. Right then. Back to the gates of Poop City. Oh, here's our pyromancy trainer.
Well, I see you made it out. Yeah, I made it out safely too. I have my pyromancy great swamp, so I can use the money to get a bit of care. Oh yeah, by the way, I can share my spells with you. I think you have a knack for it. All you need are the materials. I'll be pleased to help you. Unless you find the magic's unsavory.
No.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm sure that they'll be of some use, some assistance. Here, first take this.
This is a pyromancy catalyst, the pyromancy flame.
From the Great Swamp. Now you're a fully fledged pyromancer. Why, let's get started right now.
He's Laurentius of the Great Swamp, a very, very friendly trainer who's one of the nicer people we'll encounter.
Just as our ancestors did.
MC says it really depends, because Jesus gave up on humans to protect, like, subhumans, so, like, other creatures in this world.
Nature. You will understand one day. It only takes time. Pyromancy has a, well, rather primitive aspect to it. It messes poorly with advanced culture. And pyromancers are considered rather unsavory. Which is fine, as
other creatures like goblins and such. Yeah, I figured.
For me, dirty undead didn't change a thing. A pyromancer's flame is a part of his own body. The flame develops right along with his skill. When I gave you that flame, I gave you a part of myself. Please take good care of it. A pyromancer's flame.
Right.
Please.
So, he has a very special trait. We can pay him just straight souls right now to increase the rank of our pyromancy flame, to temper it, essentially. And the special thing about pyromancy, kids, is while pyromancy spells do become a bit more, powerful, I think they scale slightly with some of your stats, really, their power is most directly tied to the level of the pyromancy catalyst you're using. So, simply by paying him to upgrade this thing, we're able to gain access to more and more powerful versions of spells within the pyromancy school. Now, unfortunately, pyromancy is, in my opinion, probably the least versatile school. I'm sure that's not true in, like, actuality, the way the game's designed. But a lot of pyromancies are short-range, high-damage combat spells or very situational character buffs. He sells some very basic ones. I'll go ahead and pick up Fireball, the most standard pyromancy, because we might use it in Blighttown, we actually might. That and Combustion, they're like the fundamental pyromancies.
Come back if you find anything new.
Oh, he's good people. MC says there's also the two antagonistic leaders of the Punic Wars, Rome and Carthage, working or shouting at each other. And yeah, it's on Crunchyroll. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Thanks for letting me know about it. So now that we've got what at this stage is basically a super rapier, we can head boldly on into the depths of, well, through the depths rather, to Blighttown. Home to advanced darkness. There we go. MC says there's also Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid with a minigun. Yeah, I'm definitely need to see this then. It sounds like just the right kind of stupid, mindless entertainment that's just visually amazing and the great way to, like, unwind after a long day of work.
You left. I thought maybe. Are you back plenty?
You happen to sell repair powder? No, you don't. But you do sell charcoal pine resin, and I'll pick up a couple of those for certain. So, remember that, like, your standard hollow just looks like kind of an emaciated, desiccated corpse, right? Reanimated. The people that got thrown down in Blighttown have been exposed to so much disease, and, well, so many other forces, that they've been affected a little bit differently. We'll get to see a fair few of them before we reach the bonfire and have to hang it up for the evening. Once we take down the boss of Blighttown, too, we'll be more or less fully into what I would consider the game's second act, where we get closer and closer to Lord Gwyn and his coalition of incarnate gods. Down we go. Oh man. That's right, the slimes come back. It's our good buddy Giant Rat +1. There's good old standard Giant Rat. Original recipe. Ah, poisoned. Damn it. Well, we've got moss for that. Bonfire, bonfire, bonfire. Almost there. Almost there. MC says I put the OP of Drifter on Discord for everyone to enjoy. Thank you very much. I know some members of the community are way more plugged into anime than like I am, so they if they aren't already aware, will really enjoy that. And I'll check it out myself as well, because it does sound right up my alley insofar as my professional interests go anyway. Now we should be ready to move on. Finally, our long sojourn in the sewers is over. Now it's time to head to the super sewers. Nothing else to say? Alright. Well, it's poop time. Look at that camera filter. Just as soon as you set foot through the door, blah, everything's nice and normal and bright, and then blah. Oh, you can tell this is gonna be fun. Now that we've opened the door, does he have something else to say? No. But he will leave, I believe, now that we've opened the door to Blighttown. Well, here goes. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Poop City. It's dark, and it's dank, and it's disgusting, and I kinda love it. MC says, shit, that's a wrong turn. Unfortunately not. Meet the Blighttown Barbarians. They're kind of the heavy lifters here. They come in two varieties. The ones with the clubs are better. And look, they drop a nice big ol' steaming load for us. Welcome to loot in Blighttown. Oh god, it's so gross. I love it. Like, I mean, the visual design for this area, from the camera filter to the enemies to, like, even the textures they use for, like, surfaces, it's just so gloriously vile, isn't it? MC says if only the chat fell into a low form like last time at this point. Yeah, for starters, if we had, like, more of our folks in here, they'd love seeing this. This is the part of the game that's most likely to just send me off on a tear. But, we have not yet, we've not yet seen the actual, like, normal hollows down here. Down they go. See, those guys ain't so bad. That is a Blighttown hollow. They look a bit like lampreys, and that one is going to try beating us to death with a corpse. Because that's what society's become down here. Just everything is falling apart. They do have a grab attack, because of course they do. Like, Jesus Christ, look at these things. MC said, oh no. No, we've been hit with toxin. Oh crap, oh crap. Oh no, that's really bad. That's really, really bad. That has a very high chance of killing us. And we've been hit by this stage's most infamous enemy, the blowgunner. That little guy right over there. Now, there's a handful of these throughout the stage. They will inflict toxin really easily, but thankfully, they do not respawn. You can backstab these guys, but... Hold on. Yeah, are we gonna make it through the toxin? That's the question. There is a bonfire down there, we just have to get to it. MC says, shall we crack open the puns on this stage, because I have a shitload I can do. I don't usually let myself fall into such sludge, but shall, once in a blue moon. Oh, feel free, feel free. We'll record them for posterity. Toxin, as you can see, is no joke. And unfortunately, the purple moss cannot cure it. Hell, I'll go ahead and crack a humanity to give us some more health. There we go. Is that an instant kill on them? Yes, it is. Oh, Toxin is the friggin' worst. We are definitely kindling every bonfire in Blighttown. It's worth it. It's worth the investment of humanity, trust me. Stop trying to beat us with a corpse. That's just... it's ineffective as much as it is rude. Large soul. Good. An even larger soul. Oh, yikes, yikes. Toxin is the worst status effect in the entire game. Nothing else comes anywhere close. Whew. Almost there. It is so good the blowgunners don't respawn. They're put here to provide a very deliberate type of challenge. The Dark Souls devs may be kind of tough on their players, but I will give them credit. At no point are they sadistic. Blighttown's about as close as the entire series will ever get to being just outright cruel. It's a dank, disgusting status effect hellhole, but it doesn't get really any worse than this. Oh, some enemy just killed themselves, or an enemy killed another. Now, the reason we're gonna walk around with our shield up all the time now is just in case another one of those blowgunners is around, which they will always see you before you see them, thanks in large part due to the fact that, well, Blighttown is dark as all hell. And why are you hiding in a pot, sir? Why are you pot? Now, the devs are kind enough to put a lot of these torches throughout the stage, which always denote ladders. Anytime you see a torch in Blighttown, like one of these small torches that's not like a crap-themed brazier, it always corresponds to, well, to a proper ladder that you can climb. And look, we found a bonfire. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna kindle that sucker. Wait, there's no ladder here, is there? Yes, there is. Suckers can climb. Oh. Lord. There's a lot of these guys, too. Okay. Here's a challenge for us. A fun little game for us all to play, right? It's called Walk Across the Very Narrow Poop Beam to get the poop treasure on the poop platform. Blooming purple moss clumps. They're entirely worth it. They are entirely worth it. MC says, very well then, remember the great mighty Pooh? Oh, indeed, conquers bad fur day. The pretentious asshole has nothing to be proud. I, on the other hand, can shit talk like no one. And time to ditch the mask, I say. Oh, we're doing okay now that we've got the purple moss clumps, or the blooming purple moss clumps. Those can cure toxin. We're doing fine. Hope everybody's having a great evening so far. Oh, get ready for this. This is the worst. Ah! Oh, the whole bridge shifts under your weight. This is... oh. So stressful. And roll. Whew. So here's the thing. There is a ton of treasure scattered around Blighttown's mini left. Oh, that's a dog that breathes fire. Yeah, those are a thing down here. Because why not? Little like Lordran purse dogs that breathe fire. Sure. No reason why that shouldn't be here. There's a ton of treasure throughout Blighttown's mini levels, and trying to get all of them in a single run is, well, just short of impossible. It's really, really foolhardy because there's so much climbing up and down and the like required. We are unfortunately going to have to come back here a couple times. Never will it be this difficult again. Oh yeah, you see that like big old glowing sort of orange swamp down there? That's where we're headed. All the way down there. So, we're just gonna try to collect as much treasure as we can without putting ourselves in, like, undue... or in the way of undue harm. It's a decent trade-off, I'd imagine. Yikes. Look at that, we made it. This is probably one of the smoother Blighttown runs I've carried out in my time so far, anyway. Which should give you an idea as to just how bad they typically go for myself and others. There's a treasure up there, but you have to perform a running jump from that platform to get to it. It's very tight, not worth it right now. There might be something worth it over there. Oh yeah, because we rested at the bonfire, the pot man is back. So does he not attack us if we don't... Okay. These guys are durable if you don't manage to land a backstab or a riposte. You can always parry them. MCS, I wonder if the Metro series took inspiration from this. Oh. Blighttown has actually inspired a whole lot of, like, design choices in gaming since Dark Souls' release. And it itself is kind of, well, the second manifestation of a design trope FromSoft played around with in Demon Souls. There was an entire world, so basically a fifth of the game, based around the concept of a dark, festering cesspit laden with status effect-based enemies. And it was really, really hard. The Valley of Defilement, they called it. Oh! Brilliant, the Shadow set. The Shadow set just so happens to have really high poison resistance. It also happens to be really, really light. And is just straight up ninja garb. Some more cash. Yet more cash. Whew. That could have been really bad. Oh no. I see another. Oh, those are blow darts. Oh, those are blow darts. Okay. We might be able to take out this blowgunner without getting toxified. Maybe. Hard maybe. We get over to him, so from the other side of the battlements, it looks like. Oh, and to the right, you can see a gigantic blood and pus-swollen chaos monster. Don't worry about it, that's just part of the local charm. Yet more money. That, I think, will get us up to the blowgunner. Oh. Oh, sorry. We want to take as many of these guys out with critical hits as possible. Or with, backstabs and ripostes as possible. Because that'll keep us from wearing our weapon down. I have to say, we're doing pretty well so far. MC quotes, "And a sudden plunge in the sullen swell, 10 fathoms deep on the road to hell." Essentially, yes, that's exactly where we are. And things actually only get worse once we hit the bog. So far, things have been going really quite remarkably well. I should have died a couple times over already, especially when we were hit with toxin. But Providence and Estus were on our side. Buddy? You alright there? Been a hell of a day, huh? This is certainly not supposed to happen. MC says this is almost at least a verse from the song The Derelict. Right on. There that asshole is. And there he goes, giving us more purple moth clumps, and down into the primordial shit what spawned you. Oh, it's from a game called Bulletstorm. I actually own a copy of, I think, like the full clip edition of Bulletstorm. Just never gotten around to playing it yet. I've heard great things about it, though. Now, I hope you didn't forget about that lovely camera filter, because it's back for a second round. MC says Bulletstorm's one of my favorites. I'll have to play it on stream at some point then. I have it for PS4. Not everybody sees the appeal. I've heard it's... Oh! Well, would you see where we are? We are on the other side of that giant chaos monster. Now, it's not totally helpless here, but we can actually take it down relatively safely. At least I think we're hurting it. Yep, we did. Well, good stuff. It was guarding a special pyromancy. Power within. The power within. The power within. Not half bad for a little poop town detour. Oh, but look, Jesus Christ. It's our old buddy the Blighttown barbarian back again. Oh, he's getting ready for a... Well, I thought he was getting ready for like a jumping attack. MC says be sure to never play Bulletstorm with the Duke Nukem mod. That Duke Nukem ruins the game. Oh, that's a shame. Poor Duke has not exactly, well, he hadn't aged well for one and for another. Has not exactly had the best luck in his recent outings, unfortunately. So did we clean up? Well, I can't really say clean up in good conscience in this environment, can I? Did we gather all of the treasure that we can access easily in this part of Blighttown? No, it looks like there's a little bit more to explore over here. And so he says Bulletstorm is a worthy successor. I see. Well, it's a shame that we haven't seen any new titles in that series yet, then. But it has more stories, so Duke's out of place. I see. Yeah, not exactly the kind of character that adds a lot to a story. You really don't want that grab attack to hit, let me tell you. And we just unlocked one of my favorite shields in the entire series. The very lightweight Eagle Tower Shield. Now check this thing out. Blocks 95% of all incoming damage, only costs you 6 units of weight total. Requires a lot of health to wield, however, so we can't use it quite yet, but look at that beauty. If we could get the Blighttown lighting to cooperate. We'll have a look at it once we're out of here, I guess. We're gonna stick to that Grass Crest Shield, though, because that stamina boost, coupled with the light weight afforded us by the Shadow set, is really, really useful at this part of the world. I cannot believe we're already almost to the bottom of Blighttown. And yes, believe it or not, we are actually almost to the bottom. There's like, I think, just additional treasures and things over there. Right, we want to head down this way. Through the little breach in the wall, presumably the barbarian carved. And we'll see a fog door, don't worry, there's no boss over there yet. We We reach a boss much, much later. The boss is at the absolute bottom of the bog in a cave. And it's guarding that second bell of awakening we need to ring. Okay. So far, so good. Oh, here we meet the crag spiders for the first time. Flame-powered, buzzing little insectoid things that are intentionally kind of vague in their character design. They are indeed, as I understand it, just meant to look like gross, vaguely like insectoid mutants. Job they do phenomenally well. We don't want to go over there. Did I miss anything up here? Feel like I'd have to, right? Like there's treasure right over there. Question is, how do we get to the treasure? Well, certainly not anything over here. I think we actually have to go down and around. Oh joy. I'm still in a dream, shit eater. Okay. Yeah, there's no easy way around here that I can see. So I guess we just gotta follow the spiders. Down, down, down. At least it's finally getting a little brighter, hey? Oh no. Oh no, do you see that? Oh god. Oh, they back. Well, he's priority one, no matter what else is down here. Oh no, you don't. There we go. He actually dropped a bloomin' one that time, and we get the Wanderer set, as well as a pretty decent curved sword, the Falchion. If we didn't begin with the Wanderer's armor set, this would be the only place in the game I believe you could pick it up. So, good to have, right? And oh, is that the crag spider we threw down? It's kind of stuck there. You alright, buddy? I don't really care. Wow, guys, we are in this stream almost to the bottom of Poop City. I am so proud of us. Well, the crag spiders are just having a hell of a time negotiating Blighttown, aren't they? Getting stuck behind walls, clipping through stuff left, right, and center. I mean, I heard there were like some technical issues with this remaster, but I didn't think they'd be like this. Didn't think they would favor the player, you know? Plunging attack? Yeah, we could just barely pull one off. Oh, and now we get to meet the mosquitoes. They are going to be constantly pursuing us throughout our time at the bottom of the bog. Literally, all the time. They spawn endlessly, and are more nuisance than anything else. And of course they poison you, like everything else here. Oh, and that gunk at the bottom of the bog, it also poisons you. Inevitably. Nothing you can do about it. But it is thankfully just poison, not toxin. So the damage is very, very slow and easily cured. So it's worth rolling around in a giant bog of shit, Shrek style, to get ourselves some better gear. Or better loot, at least. And man, oh man, did they put a whole bunch of loot in the poop. But first, dear God, friends, would you look at how beautiful this thing is? Oh, we found ourselves a brand new bonfire. Now, first order of business, we are immediately kindling this thing because this bonfire is the nearest to the pretty difficult Blighttown boss. And we get ourselves another level. Well, don't mind if I do. I'll take one more in endurance. Thank you, thank you. Get that stamina and equip load up there. Believe it or not, we're almost to the end of this place. Seriously, I cannot believe it. Blighttown gave me hell the first time I went through. And now we're on track to, like, beat it pretty easily. You aren't a mimic, are you? You aren't a mimic, are you? No, doesn't look like it. What do you have? A dragon scale. Pretty sure that's a special smithing item, or a covenant item. One or the other. So the crag spider's flame attacks can pierce like a lot of the shields and armor we would have access to. Oh, we've been invaded by another NPC, the cannibal man-eater Mildred, who, she's basically a butcher. And we definitely want to fight her away from the poop swamp. Yeah, she's a strength build. Powerful, but frail, as you'd imagine. Oh, called in a familiar, eh? Oh, look at those mosquitoes just spewing blood at us. Lovely visuals, eh? Oh, and down she goes. Compared to, like, player invaders, the NPCs add great flavor to the world and drop some pretty great loot, but aren't that tough, usually. So she dropped a whole bunch of humanity that she accrued from people she offed, of course, as well as the butcher knife. Yes, the very same weapon that those massive mutated undead butchers in the depths wield. It's actually a really cool, fairly easy-to-use weapon, if I recall. And we're going to accept the poison that comes with wading through Poop Swamp, because there is loot at the ends of Poop Swamp. As well as these, like, you can see one in the distance there, weird little, like, giant leeches. That, I mean, can be dangerous, but aren't, like, exceedingly so. What's in here? Another pyromancy, and the pyromancer's armor set. Good stuff, y'all. See, this is top-notch game design. FromSoft has absolutely littered this area with useful and unique treasures, probably more than any other area we've come across yet, and also presented us with clear and present dangers. The omnipresent mosquitoes, the occasional crag spider or leech, and of course the fact that you'll almost constantly be taking poison damage from the swamp itself. This forces the player to constantly weigh potential risks, or known risks rather, versus potential rewards. You want this cool stuff, and you know, because you've been shown throughout your time in Blighttown so far, a lot of it is going to be interesting or unique, new stuff you haven't seen before, not just consumables. but you also know that something pretty dangerous is going to be, like, constantly hounding you as you go about gathering it. There is going to be a cost, a pretty high associated cost. And you have to estimate, is it worth it? Now for me, since I want to show you as much stuff in this game as I can, of course it's worth it. And here we have the Poop Evader that will bring us to that other set of, like, fortifications we saw, but could not reach from the, like, lowest reaches of the shantytown. You've got to walk onto that lift just right, otherwise splat. Nasty stuff, I tell you. We'll go ahead and eat some moss. Why not? And here we go. No! 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 Ah! We definitely should have made that, so you know. We, like, kind of glitched out on both the lift and the, like, the ceiling of the cavern. That was just really... well, not great collision detection on the game's part. That elevator is notorious for killing people willy-nilly. And yes, MC, exactly, splat, unfortunately. But we've got plenty of humanity, so we'll crack open one more. And we definitely want to go get all them souls back. That's no question. And we want to head up to that scaffolding, because the stuff up there is really, really worthwhile. I might actually keep the stream going until we at least have a chance to see the Blighttown boss. And are there actual NPCs we can call in? I don't think so. Here, it seems to mostly just be other players. Obviously, as you can tell by the character names. I don't think Dick Destroyer is like an in-canon Lothrican name. Now, where are those friggin' souls? They better be on this platform and not... oh, thank you, God, they are. So we may have to, like, try jumping this. MC says, can't wait to get help from Elite Poopster. In, like, some Dark Souls Let's Plays, you will see, unfortunately, sometimes people with the stupidest names are some of the most proficient players. I'm not sure I have high hopes for Dick Destroyer, though, just editorializing, but not exactly inspiring the most confidence. Now notice the crag spiders have, like, human hands, and also make disturbingly human vocalizations as they're killed. That's because they, and a lot of the other weird creatures down here, not the mutant, like, humanoids. That's just the result of living in a literal city of poop for, like, decades at a time. Oh, that's right. There's 3 of them here. My bad. Haha. Of course there are. Of course there are. It's no big deal, though, because we have those bloomin' moss clumps. Oh, sorry, there's 4 of them. MC says, I always go by MC2M, so nobody knows if I'm competent or not. That's the kind of name that, yeah, I'd be neutral on. You would inspire more confidence than, like, Poop Slayer or Dick Destroyer or anything like that. I can guarantee you that. Gotta get rid of that toxin, even though they're gonna keep shooting at us. And need to find a way to get over there and deal with them. Or, alternatively, they're no doubt going to hit us again, but that's alright. Why don't we take some of these throwing knives that don't have any other real use in the game and use them to whittle down these guys' extraordinarily low health. Or not. Now that deals way too little damage, even against them. Now the black fire bombs, if they hit, this'll definitely do the trick. Oh, we running now, are we? Oh, and another one tried to, like, get the drop on me, I see. Nasty. They have an insane rate of fire, too. Have to say. You can hear, like, the little... I think those are, like, the fire-breathing purse dogs down there. Oh! Oh, no, 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 no. Come on, you wanted this. There we go. Oh, and of course there's one more. Well. That might be all of them. Like, I mean, all of them in the game. How wonderful would that be? And yep, it's a bunch of the little fire dogs. Plunging attack. There is a ladder, so we can get back up. No worries. Okay, so nothing over there. Oh, but there's stuff guarded by even more of these little flame hounds. MC says sausage dog on the menu. Oh, another firekeeper soul. That we can use that to further enhance our Estus flask's healing efficiency. Oh, good stuff, good stuff. More? Okay. I do love that they gave the tiny little dogs, like, these massive flaming cone AoEs. That's both threatening and kind of adorable. Anything over here? Nah. It says something about Blighttown that we want to go out of our way to raid a sewer full of, like, mutant dogs and blowpipe cannibals. Like, that's a good time in Blighttown. Speaking of, what's over here? Oh, just more cash. Well, we'll take it. Never gonna turn our nose up to one of those permanent souls. Ah, we can go up even farther. Good, good. MC says this is the place to find the best shit after all. First off, good one. And second off, like, joke aside, you're not half wrong. You're actually pretty damn close to the mark there. This area is home to some of the coolest gear in the entire game, believe it or not. Oh, look who just came up through the floor. Yeah, so I can see that in the remaster, Blighttown's had some issues. But they're not, like, impeding my enjoyment of the game in any meaningful way, though, so it's no big deal. Ah, a chest. Not a mimic, I hope? No? The key to the New Londo ruins. Excellent. And actually, a pathway to said ruins right over here. Guarded by some booty-smelling barbarians. Down he goes. There's no real point to going over here yet, but hell, we'll show it off. Keep this up, we could just kind of keep them in a continuous loop of backstabs. Oh no. No dice. Dung pie. Again. High-class stuff. And yet more crap. Good. This actually leads to an alternative entrance to Blighttown. From the home of terrible, homogenized R&B. The Valley of Drakes. Its sounds are oddly repetitive and unusually likely to put you to sleep. So that's the key. It actually opens up what's essentially a shortcut back to Firelink Shrine. But I want to stay away from anything associated with the word Drake as well as I possibly can. So we're going to come back there only when it's absolutely necessary, which is to say, after we've stormed Lord Gwyn's castle. Time to ride the elevator right back on down. Right? That's not another ladder somewhere I missed. Nope, nope. MC says it's getting super early, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and rest. That's quite alright, man. I'm probably gonna make it right on down to this bonfire here and do the same myself. Definitely need to check my email and my phone for any work-related messages that have come up while I've been streaming. So we might cut it there and start with the Blighttown boss tomorrow. Oh, no problem, man. Thanks a lot for dropping by. Always good to see you. We'll begin with the Blighttown boss tomorrow. That one might take us a few tries. And then we'll actually get to go... well, see exactly what Lord Gwyn's case for all of this is. And there is a dog, like, just stuck in the model of, like, the giant wheel. Oh, yikes. Speaking of yikes. Oh, boy. Now, luckily, it's nowhere near as high risk, the descent. Might grab just a few more treasures, then truck it back on over to the the bonfire, using a homeward bone, which I probably want to go ahead and equip. The boss is actually holed up in that giant mound over there. Titanite shard, good stuff. So we're going to claim all the items we can find in the bog right now, then call it. How's that sound, folks? Now you can find a ring later on, I think it's actually somewhere around here, that, there we go, rolling tends to get those enemies off you, that will allow you to move as normally, or at least a bit faster, in terrain that would otherwise impede you, so like the shit bog, for instance, or the like waist-high water in the depths. There's a cadre of elite barbarians guarding the boss. And another guarding something over here. They throw their boulders, don't you know? And try to smash you to death with them. Very versatile weapon, a big rock. Doesn't look like they have quite as much health as the standard barbs do. And their moveset looks kind of ridiculous. I kind of love it, to be honest. Ah, damn. The problem is fighting them on terrain that impedes my movement. hit just in time for my iframes to wear off. Good. This should be pretty easy now. Oh no, you don't. Oh, that's close. There we go. Some shit. Perfect. And we got the Great Club. A massive version of, like, the very simple weapon used by the standard barbarians. Not the worst treasure in the world, actually. Anything on the side of the mound? Doesn't really look it. You can see the mosquitoes still trying in vain to catch up with us. So 3 guesses as to what the boss is. First 2 don't count. If you notice, the crag spiders also have somewhat human-looking, deformed heads right above their mouths, giving us yet more evidence that something isn't quite on here. Well, I think we might actually end this video by accessing... Well, I think we have easy access to one more bonfire, right? You know, I told you, and, well, showed you, about the many secret walls present in this game, yeah? Well, one of them here in Blighttown is hiding a hell of a secret. If only I could find it. It's been so long. There it is. Right alongside what's probably going to be our last treasures of the night, and most of the leeches present on the map. Oh, what do they drop? Titanite? Don't think I've ever seen them drop anything before. They're gross, certainly, but not too terribly dangerous. I thought, there we go. I was about to say, I thought there were leeches guarding some kind of treasure somewhere on this map. Wow, they go flying when you deflect them. Let's try to get rid of that poison for now. Heal up. Don't worry, we'll use our homeward bone to get back. Nope, 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 nope. Let's let that poison expire. Just some titanite. Oh, but there's another treasure over there. Come on. Oh, that's new. We can take the poison. Kind of a pathetic little stab, isn't it? No, now we want to go right around to the front of this great tree. Ah, a unique giant sword, the server. Again, don't worry about our health, we'll be just fine. Well, we would be just fine if we can get around the leeches. Ooh, no, 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 no. Oh, that is bad. That is very bad. So you run right up on inside the tree, you find a nice little crap shield. But you attack a wall next to the crap shield, and you get some real treasure. But that's just humanities. What if there's a double secret wall? And welcome to a brand new area, the Great Hollow. The base of one of those massive trees. Or the interior of one of those massive trees that seem to be supporting Lordran. Hoping to remember if there's a bonfire right off the bat here, and there is. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think, well, real quick, I'll dump a couple levels into Vitality, probably. Or, no. One into Vit, one into Dex. There we go. And with that, we can conclude this Dark Souls super stream. We've made a whole lot of progress today, slain plenty of bosses, and it seems like I'm finally starting to get my mojo back with the game. Super, super excited to continue sharing this with you guys over the next few days. Just a reminder, we will be live tomorrow from 6 to 9 p.m. Playing more Dark Souls, and may or may not have an earlier stream announced on Discord if we have the time. So, until next time, this has been Brady the Overanalyst, wishing you all a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care. Bye-bye.